everybody. Hello and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. We already have a comment in from one of our guests. Graham is with us from California. Hello, Graham. Thank you for being part of the audience. I want to thank everyone for being part of the audience. If this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, we want you to know we do long-form political commentary. We believe in the First Amendment, free speech. We want to hear your voices from anywhere around the world because it's not just an American principle. It is a principle for human beings to speak up about what's happening to them, the politics that are affecting us all. So if it's the first time you're with us, we thank you for being part of our audience. We hope you enjoy the show. We're looking forward to everyone being able to leave your comments on Twitter, on Facebook, on Rumble. That's right, we are live on Rumble right now, as you can see. So we hope to see your comments on Rumble, on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all the social media that we can reach out to. We do need to mention again, and we apologize, we changed our studios. We're now in the Bronx, and therefore, the Political Dragon, it costs a lot of money to maintain and do everything we do as we are looking for work. So our phone lines are down. You won't be able to call in, but you can text us. You can leave your comments for everyone to see, just like Graham. That's the intro. That's to let you know what's going on and to bring you up to date very quickly about what we're doing here, why we do this every week. We've been doing this for 17 years, 5 years live every week talking with you. And boy, do we have a lot to talk about. It's not just about Donald Trump. It's not just about him being indicted, arrested in Georgia, the mugshot that has gone around the world. No, there's much more to it. It's more than the Republican presidential debates that took place this week. No, I'd like to say it's much more than what we saw there, or Vivek Ramaswamy and his current debate with Larry Elder. There is more going on than that. That is the distraction. That's the frontline news that all the news media want you to be absorbed on, so you ignore everything else and you get, well, disencouraged to go out and vote in 2024. I truly believe that is what we are seeing right now. But there is so much else happening. Before I get to all of that, there is groundbreaking news that I want to share with you. As many people are aware, we have been doing a lot of work with AI over recent weeks. You may or may not be familiar with that. And I'll show you just real quick. We've been working a lot with AI. Since we first started talking about ChatGPT, when we started talking about Gipper, which was the Republican alternative, which was then shut down by Google, we have been looking into the different things that AI can do for us all. And as you can see, we've been, whether it's in video clips, whether it's making shorts or video movies, in terms of just various thumbnails, we've been working a lot with AI to get an idea of what this will mean for our future. And we found something just before the show, literally a half hour before the show. We were looking through some news and we found this from Matt Wolf. Now, Matt Wolf has a program on YouTube. It talks about all the new innovations of AI, whether it's text to video, text to picture, or now there is text to video. You can make up to about 15-minute long videos with just a text prompt. Now, when Matt was talking about this, Matt Wolf, and you can see there'll be links at the end of the show to everything we're going to discuss here, he's talking about it in terms of making a movie about a monk with superpowers. And it's a really good video. But I went out and we actually did it ourselves. With a one-sentence prompt, we were able to put together this video. This is the future of AI. This is how AI will be influencing elections going forward. And as you can see, we are in the InVideo.io website. This was free, cost us no money. And so you'll see watermarks with one sentence just saying, conservative, Republican conservative, no sound bites allowed promo. This is the YouTube short that was created in under 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, we had two YouTube shorts created for us by the AI. Here is the first one. Tell me what you think.
Picture this. You're a sports enthusiast who loves to stay informed. You want insights, not just sound bites. Welcome to No Sound Bites Allowed, your go-to destination for conservative Republican political commentary. We dig deep, beyond the headlines, beyond the noise, offering you a unique perspective on issues that matter. We don't do shallow, we do comprehensive, we do enlightening. We believe in the power of informed opinion. We champion the voice of the people. We're not about quick clips, we're about meaningful discourse. Discover the world of politics without the sound bites. Tune into No Sound Bites Allowed, because you deserve more than just a bite. Experience the difference today. Dive into the deep end of political commentary with No Sound Bites Allowed. Submerge yourself in substance. Welcome to No Sound Bites Allowed.
Now, I found that to be incredible. That's what I got with one sentence, and I waited about 15 minutes. Let me show you. There was one other with the same sentence, and again, in about 10 minutes, we were also able to get this YouTube short. And let me show you that right now.
In a world where opinions are as diverse as the people who hold them, one platform stands apart. Welcome to No Sound Bites Allowed, a place where political commentary isn't just about catchy phrases. Here we delve deeper, dissecting complex issues that demand more than just a cursory glance. From the shifting sands of international relations to the constantly evolving landscapes of domestic politics, we leave no stone unturned. Don't settle for surface-level analysis. Join us at No Sound Bites Allowed, where we believe in the power of informed discourse. We don't just skim the headlines, we dive beneath them. Remember, in the grand theatre of politics, every voice matters. Make yours count with No Sound Bites Allowed.
Okay, so again, this is what we were able to make with the software from InVideo. InVideo.io. It is the InVideo AI. I think that's important and scary because it means that going forward, now that the technology has gone forward in leaps, in literally the last 2 months, I have been able to find a way not only just to make thumbnails for the various shorts that we do, all the media that we produce, but now we're able to see that this is generating complete shorts. It's able to make full-length videos. It is able to take topics and to promote cities, to make movies. We've done it ourselves. We made a full, 1 minute long movie with a full script, all with AI, including a narration track. This is scary because what will we see coming from politics? How is this going to be used to influence politics when individuals are able? We haven't even, that is just the raw video that we have shown you. We have not been able to go in and to take the time, give it an hour or two to manipulate that, to change in the different scenes, to crop them down. There's a lot of things we could do to make that video better, but that's, again, what you just saw. Those two versions were from one sentence. That's the power of AI right now. All we did is typed in one sentence, and that is what we were able to get, which I think was pretty impressive considering that. Now imagine if someone's trying to abuse that. Imagine how that's going to be used in the 2024 election, whether that's on the congressional level, whether that's on the presidential level. Can you imagine what we see? I have made commercials in the past for elections, both for when I was a candidate and in helping other candidates, to provide them materials that they could then make other videos for themselves as a template. And it can take, I've had videos that I've made that can take up to 8 hours just for 3 minutes. The rule of thumb is it takes somewhere around 2 hours for every 30 seconds that you see as the finished product. It takes at least 2 hours. There's a lot behind video editing that most people don't notice and is deep work, and we're seeing AIs do this in seconds. And I can only imagine the way that this can be manipulated. Imagine that the AI is able to create actual pictures, to create actual scenery, to be able to take clips of real events and to intermix that with events that are made up by AI itself. And these are our production quality levels. These are levels that you would see in any major credible news agency. These are things that you would see from Hollywood in some cases. I am very concerned. I mind you, I think InVideo AI is fantastic. I want to use this going forward. I want to develop this technology and I want to help them to develop it. I can see how it's going to be a major asset to me in doing things like shorts and other and parts of videos that I do. But can you imagine what happens when these tools are used negatively? When they're used to discourage people from going out to vote? That's the biggest concern I have, that they are going to be used to make people more apathetic and feel like they have less power, not more. And this will be done on an international level. This isn't just restricted to the United States. It's not something that you're only going to see in American politics. This is going to affect the United Kingdom. It's going to affect the European Union. You'll see this throughout Africa. You will see this in North America, in Canada. You'll see this in South America. You're going to see this in election after election. And I want you to be prepared that you have to be looking for things like the watermarks. You're going to have to look for the little notations about whether these are paid or not. By the way, if I pay for a subscription, which I can't at the moment, but if I were able to afford it, if I had the money, if the Patreon supporters, if we had more of them, and or people were making one-time donations on PayPal, we could remove all of those like iStock watermarks that you saw. They would all be removed. So you wouldn't be able to necessarily tell the difference between something that was published by me personally, by the credible news agencies. You wouldn't be able to tell who made it. This is scary. Yes, Mike Bowie mentions, welcome to the Matrix. And this is very Matrix-like. And literally, guys, I want to emphasize for you guys, both of those videos were made in approximately 20 minutes before I went live with you. I saw the video about this, went to the website, logged in, typed in my prompt, and those are the two videos I got out in 20 minutes. I haven't had a chance to polish them. Imagine what I can do knowing how to use the prompts with AI, knowing how to do video editing. Imagine what I can create afterwards. It's a scary world. And we have to be more and more on guard about what the news we are consuming and asking questions. That's the biggest thing. Ask questions. Just like in science, science is about asking questions. The news media is about asking questions, getting answers, and asking more intelligent questions based on the answer you received. It is a never-ending process of challenging those who have the power, challenging those who are telling us what the rules are supposed to be, to make sure that we remove as much of the bias as possible when possible, or at least to acknowledge the bias for what it is so that we can make intelligent decisions, especially since we control what's happening in our governments. To greater or lesser degrees, but especially in America, we are the power. We control all of that. I think this is very important, and so I want everyone to know. John Cordisco has joined us as well, and he says, who is this studly-looking host? Thank you for the compliment, John. Yes, I did shave. I got to shave again. Going out for jobs, and people don't want an older, studious man with a gray beard in their hiring. So, ageism, I think that's what they call it these days. Ageism. If you have a gray beard, people are less likely to hire you. Well, it happens. So that's one of the things I wanted to introduce to you, especially since it's something I just ran into as a tool, and I will use it in the future, but I think it's very important to understand how these tools may be used against us and what is happening so fast around us. Now, hopefully it also means that we will see innovation come about. We will see better movies. We will get better entertainment. I understand why Hollywood is striking, but given the quality of what they have presented to us, I'd rather make my own with an AI and get more entertainment than getting more propaganda. So we'll see how this works out. With that said, let's focus on the main thing. So this is an update on our ongoing conversation about AI and how it's influencing politics around the world. But since we're talking about things that are influencing the world, let's also go forward and talk about some other of the things that are affecting us. And by the way, I thank Mike Bowie, I thank John Cordisco, I thank Graham for all of you joining us today, as well as everyone who hasn't typed in a message yet, and for all of those who are with us on Rumble who are watching the program as well. We thank you each and every one for being part of our audience. We love you. We thank you for being here with us. So I want to go to one of the most important things we're going to talk about today is something no one else is talking about. Everyone is minimizing this news story that we have been talking to, and we've been telling you about this since February of 2022. We have warned you over and over again. There is a global food crisis. There is 30% less food in the world right now. It did not end with the winter of 2022. And it has continued, and we told you it will go through 2024. And guess what? With the latest news that has just come out, we're now letting you know the food crisis will continue into 2025. The mainstream news media is not telling you this. It means that inflation is not just going to go up the 7.5% that was agreed upon by Democrats and Republicans when they decided that they increased the United States spending limit to $35 trillion. That was an increase of 7.5%. That's inflation that's going to hit your pocket. And the more poor you are, the more that's going to hurt you. It means everything that you do is going to be more expensive, which is not taking into account the fact that interest rates are going to remain at this level. If not, we believe it may get as high as 6.25%, which means your loans, your credit cards, they're all going higher, whether you're in college or not. And if you are not prepared for this economic future, this recession that is continuing, then you're going to be hurt. We've been talking about the recession since February of 2021. We've been talking about the global food crisis since February of 2022. Nobody else is being honest with you about that. The United States government changed the definition of recession just so they didn't have to tell you that you are in trouble, that you are being hurt. Instead, they're saying Bidenomics is a good thing, that inflation is healthy and you should be happy. You should be wanting to have another 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and having more inflation, having more layoffs, having higher costs on your credit cards. Yeah, these are the things they want you to enjoy somehow. I don't understand. They're not connected. John Cordisco mentions, is Kamala Harris an AI program with multiple bugs? It would make more sense if she was. It really, really would. It would make so much more sense if Kamala Harris wasn't a human being. But sadly, John, she is. We know she's real because she was having sex with the mayor in California that got her political career. She literally slept her way into politics. That's not an opinion, folks. That's history. It is a well-known fact that she became the DA because she slept her way into power. It's just fact. Don't have to like it. Don't have to appreciate it, but it's just fact. So I'm talking about the economics and Bidenomics and how it's negatively impacting you, but that's also a fact of what we're seeing here because we now know it's the global food crisis is not going to end in 2025. We're going to see it continue through 2023 and go into 2024 at the soonest. The crops of 2025 will be the soonest that the global food crisis could possibly end. It is getting worse than you think. Because according to the Washington Post and other news, and this came out August 25th, 2 days ago, Friday, they dumped this on Friday so that you wouldn't pay attention. As you're starting your vacation for Labor Day, as you're trying to enjoy the last days of summer before fall starts hitting, before we go into the proper political season where all of the non-political junkies start paying attention to what's going on, that's when we see this news come out. They dumped this at the last minute so you wouldn't pay attention, and almost no one is covering this. Ukrainian farmers, worried their grain wouldn't find a way to foreign buyers, now plan to plant less next season. By the way, the season starts in spring of 2024, and it's stoking worries about global food supplies. There you go. We already have a global food crisis because of the war in the Ukraine, because Russia has shut down the shipping of grain this summer. We're seeing there was already a reduction because of the lack of fertilizer, the lack of freely available wheat and grain. Now we're seeing that it's been even cut down even more. And now the Ukrainians will not be planting. They won't grow the food. They represent 15% of all of the wheat and corn in the world is coming from the Ukraine. 15%. They are the third largest nation providing food for the world. The third. The United States is second with 23%. And they're going to cut this. Now, I'm telling you this as a public service announcement. The news media doesn't want to tell you this. The United States is competing with the rest of the world for food and for energy. And that's what part of the reason why inflation is up 17% since Joe Biden got in office. But food inflation by itself is about 11.5%, 12% in the United States. That's down from the high. We've been as high as 15% food inflation in the United States alone. We're currently at 11.5%, which is still higher prices. So every time you hear Joe Biden say, the prices are coming down, inflation is reducing, that's versus the last month, not year over year, not since the day he came into office. Because if you're looking at since he's been in office, the prices have skyrocketed. That's a fact. And they're going to go higher. We're seeing the Washington Post. We're hearing from the Ukraine. We're hearing from the world. They're telling you there's going to be less food, which means prices are going to be higher. There are going to be people starving. There will be more food riots in the world, and it's going to hurt everyone. Now, if you happen, and I'm going to get to the comments in just 1 second, but if you happen to be in a first world nation like the United States, if you're in Europe, if you're in the United Kingdom, you're not going to starve to death. You're not. You're just going to pay a hell of a lot more for bread, for wheat, for flour, and for everything that is made with those things. That's it. You're just going to pay more. If you're poor, you're going to get more poor. If you're middle class, you're going to become poor. That's the reality. Just to feed your family, not counting everything else that is going higher. The competition for energy, the increase in the cost of credit. Not counting any of that. Just to feed your family is going to cost more money. And printing money makes it even worse. Democrats don't want you to think about that. Bidenomics is great, they keep telling you. Everything's fantastic. There is no problem. Yeah, well, that's not true. Here's the problem. It's right in front of your face. This is coming from the Washington Post. I don't need to make these stories up. It's right here. They're telling you directly. But you're supposed to be talking about Trump. You're supposed to be talking about Trump on Tucker Carlson. You're supposed to be talking about the mug shot. You're not supposed to think about everything else that happened this week and all the things that are affecting your life. Let me go back to some of the comments. So, John Cordisco continues talking about Kamala Harris and says that Kamala Harris is the poster child for the Peter principle, showing my age. Well, yeah, Kamala Harris is, I would say, she's the proof of Murphy's Law. If it can go wrong, it will go wrong. And if it's Kamala Harris speaking, it's going to go wrong. Whatever could go wrong will go wrong because Kamala Harris was speaking to a foreign nation or speaking at an event about American politics. We have seen that consistently. Everywhere she has gone, throughout Southeast Asia, when she went to South America, everywhere she's gone, she's made it worse. When she went to, Tennessee, did she go to talk to the families of the Tennessee trans shooter to comfort them about the loss of their children? Do you remember that story? Because I know the media tried to bury that. The news story where we still don't know what the manifesto of the trans shooter is because they don't want us to see what many speculate is that this person was discouraged to the point of suicide by gun, suicide by cop, because they were dissatisfied that the promise of being trans, of going through the process, did not make them more loved, did not make their world better. That's what many people believe, but they won't show us the manifesto. No one has any idea. But they have it, they just won't tell you. And Kamala Harris, when she went there to Tennessee, where 3 9-year-old children were killed, she didn't talk to a single one of those parents. She didn't comfort a single one of those parents the week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the event. Didn't have anything to say to them. She instead told everyone to see, you have to vote Democrat. You have to protect the elected Democrats. She was there politicking. She was protecting elected Democrats because of a controversy in the way that they were passing laws. She had nothing to say for the people that she is there to represent and she is supposedly there to protect. She had no empathy. She had no concern. So yes, I say that Kamala Harris, to comment and respond to you, John Cordisco, I believe she's Murphy's Law. She will do absolutely the worst thing possible in every political event that she's involved with. It's always going to be the worst. Jason from Bing. Hey, Jason. Good to hear from you, man. I hope everything's going well. I hope you and the family have had a good summer. I hope your son is able to ride around the rink, that he's having some fun, rollerblading. Jason says, wheat prices are down. That's currently. And wheat prices are down, but you will see that fluctuate. We haven't gotten to, and there's speculation that's going out, and we're just hearing about what's happening here. We saw a spike originally earlier this summer, at the beginning of the summer, when Russia first shut down the export of wheat around the world from the Ukraine. We then saw this, so there was an initial reaction, but this is the summer. People tend to eat less during the summer. There's less demand during the summer. It's the winter supplies that we have to be worried about. It's when we get the winter crops that come in. And remember, we've had an entire year, all of 2022, to become accustomed to the fact there's 30% less food in the world. Even though there are riots right now in Sri Lanka, there are riots right now in Peru because of a lack of food. Not well reported, but it is being reported. There are riots in Africa because of the lack of food. It's happening. It's been happening all year. We've gotten used to it. Well, this next year and the year after that, we're about to get the crops for 2023. There will be less of them than there were in 2022. That's going to push all food prices up. In 2024, there will be the crops that are planted there, which we will see in 2025, there will be even less of them. So again, we're seeing the prices push up. John Cordisco says he doesn't know enough about the futures market to know what's coming. I'm talking, you haven't even seen this hit the futures market yet. I'm looking at this down the road. Again, just like in February of 2021, when we were telling you, our audience, that the U.S. economy was heading towards a downturn because we stopped being energy independent and we were now competing with our allies for the same energy that we were previously selling to them because we had an excess, and that was negative for our economy. The same reason why when we saw the debt ceiling deal was made, and we told you there's 7.5% inflation built into that and how that's going to hurt you. We're looking ahead. We're looking at the logical consequence of what we are being told in the news media. And it's not hard to figure out, guys. Forget the futures market. They are telling you explicitly they're going to plant less food. It's just that simple. That's the only sentence you need to understand how this is going to affect your life. There will be less food from the third largest producer of food in the world. Point blank. That's the message for the futures market. Don't even think about your investments. This means you need to buy 10% more food every time you go to the store. You need to start stockpiling more flour, more rice, more wheat. You need more canned foods so that as prices go up in the future, you will have more food already. It will cost you less. We've been saying that since February of 2022. Go back to our live streams. We said it all year long in 2022. And if you've been listening to us, you saved money. That's a fact. If you were listening to us throughout all of 2022, you saved money. And I'll say one other caveat about that is, even if we're wrong, in the worst case, if somehow the Ukraine suddenly turns this around, the war ends tomorrow, the farmers decide to plant more crops than they ever have before, and the weather is perfect, and there's more grain and more corn than ever seen before. The worst thing that happened, you'll have extra food. Donate it to a food kitchen, which are all over America right now. We have had more and more people who are going to food kitchens, donations, to be able to supplement their food for their family. There's a demand out there. If you have extra food, you can donate it. If I'm wrong, you can donate to the homeless, to food kitchens all across America to help people out. You have that option. But if I'm right, you're going to feed your family because it's going to be expensive. John Cordisco mentions democracy dies in darkness. Well, that's why I'm putting light on this. Again, this is something that the news media is not emphasizing. They put the story out there. I can't say they're not telling you. The story's out on a Friday in the afternoon when you're going on vacation during a week where we see most of America take their vacation. They knew most people would not see that story, would not hear that story, and would not be able to react to it. They know that they made the most important thing. They did put it in the first paragraph, amazingly, but they put it in one sentence and just said, well, don't worry about that. Let's talk about everything else. That's it. That's the most important thing. That should be telling you. Our politicians, left and right, should be saying what I'm saying right now. The presidential candidates, I don't care if they're Democrats, Libertarians, or Republicans, should all be telling you the same thing. Don't panic. Just buy 10% more food. Just be frugal and prepare. prices are going to go higher. There is nothing we can do about it, and this is going to be for the next 2 years. It's not going to be just the winter. It's going to be the next 2 years. Yeah, John mentioned, don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain there. And Friday is the day, and it is well known in news media, in politics. Friday is the day. Friday afternoon, that's when they put the stories they don't want you to read. That's when they put it out. That's when they tell you all about it. It's Friday afternoon. Everyone's going out to go to a bar, visit their friends, take a vacation, go out and have fun, watch movies, whatever it is you do. Friday afternoon, that's when they tell you all the bad news, the reality, everything that's going to affect your life. They put it out then because they don't want to address it during the rest of the week. That's when the news stories come out to die. Hey, you can't say we haven't been trying to tell everyone. You can't say we haven't been making sure repetitively that you are prepared. Our audience is prepared because we've told you. We've made sure you know what's going to happen next. And we have not been wrong since February of 2021. We've been dead on in terms of the economy, in terms of food prices, energy prices. We have nailed that. I would like to be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Going on. Moving on. Let me go ahead. And again, folks, please follow this, track this. If we're wrong, point it out. We were talking about egg prices at one point. Egg prices had skyrocketed, had gone up 500%, and then they crashed. Why? Because everyone stopped buying eggs. So the price went down. And we didn't know about it immediately. We had, I think it was Jason from Bing mentioned, Mike, no, but the prices crashed. So people can buy eggs again. And we told you. I don't mind being corrected or being called out for when I'm wrong. That's the whole point of having the conversation. That's why we have a First Amendment. We talk about the news and the developments, and no one person can follow everything. I'm not Fox News. I'm not CNN. I'm not ABC. I'm not the New York Times. I don't have 10,000 people working for me. I'm just one guy. But I make sure I give you as much information as is possible. John Cordisco mentions that next weekend, like many people, he will be taking a break and he's going to be taking his vacation. A lot of people are. A lot of people do this. The last week of August, the first week of September, people try and take their break. That's why 2 years ago in Afghanistan, Joe Biden, why did America leave by September 1st? Why did Joe Biden abandon 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan in 2021 on September 1st? Because America was on vacation. Because less people would notice it. If he had waited one more week, or if he had done it 1 week earlier, there would have been tens of thousands more Americans who would have realized what he did, and the uproar would have been higher. That's why more people were upset in July 14th, why people were upset in August 16th, as we saw the absolute collapse of Afghanistan, the running away, the rout of American forces in Afghanistan in 2021. That was all because Americans weren't on vacation yet. So he did it during the vacation. Again, they time these things in politics so that you won't pay attention, so that they can minimize the impact and to try and tell you the very least that they can get away with. It's really sad. Now, we've been talking about the food crisis and how the food crisis is going to be affecting you, but I want you to understand it's not just that. We also see that North Korea has been very busy recently. North Korea has been trying to send out satellites, spy satellites. And they're not very good at it. But it's not just putting up spy satellites in air. The reason why the U.S. is upset right now is North Korea, against the wishes of the United States, have been testing ICBMs. The same rocket that is used to put a satellite into orbit is the same rocket that is used to bring a nuke to hit LA or to hit Chicago or to hit Miami or anywhere else on the continental United States. And the better they can put a satellite in the air, the better they can hit the United States. And they know it. And we know it. And they don't care. China is backing North Korea. Russia is backing North Korea. And the news media here in the United States is not talking about this. They do not want you to realize that North Korea is preparing over and over again, that they are prepping and building themselves up to better be able to attack the United States and Europe and to support China and Russia. This is important. And again, this is the news that this week everyone was talking about Trump, everyone was talking about the Republican debate, everyone's talking about Vivek Ramaswamy, and we will too. But these are the things that are affecting everyone in the world that no one was talking about. They didn't want you to hear about this. They covered this as much as possible to make you think it's not important. But these are important things because we are seeing the world is becoming crazier and crazier. Think about what's happening in Haiti right now. In Haiti, we have gangs running through Haiti, which is a hellhole of a nation, let's be honest. And what are we seeing? They're shooting on protesters. Do you know what happened there? In Haiti, gangs went over to a church and started killing people because the people at the church didn't want the gangs. We're seeing these things happen because there is no leadership in the world. The United States isn't being strong in its leadership. Not to say that Haiti wasn't always a problem, but when you have little to no leadership, when people are running away from Haiti in the tens of thousands, when people are saying it is better to live under a bridge in Texas than to actually live in Haiti. Remember those 12,000 Haitians that came into Texas to live under a bridge rather than to live in Haiti? That was the signal to tell America there is a problem in the Caribbean, that there is a problem with the Haitian government, that there is an issue we need to address, or we are going to see more and more of those illegal immigrants. We're going to see more and more people trying to claim refuge. We're going to see more and more instability right outside our front door. And we're seeing it. What's the result? We've seen more. Soaring gang violence in Haiti has left more than 2,400 people dead in 2023 alone. I want you to think about that. They are having people, gangs are attacking people in churches. Do you think the people want to stay in Haiti, or do you think they want to live under a bridge in America? Which one is safer to you? Which one has more opportunity? Especially when you know that if you make it to America and you're under that bridge in Texas, the Biden administration will let you into America and you will have a better life. They let in 10,000 of the 12,000 Haitians. 10,000 of them walked into America. They are illegal aliens and they're living in America right now. And in the next 2 to 3 years, they might have a court case, if they show up, saying whether or not they can stay. And because America is not leading the world, because there is no one getting guidance from the United States, Kamala Harris has completely forgotten about this, Joe Biden doesn't care about this, well, then they're going to stay. They're going to rightly say, well, if I go back and I go to a church, they're going to shoot me. So let me stay in America forever. And the Democrats are going to say, absolutely, and get a job. Get a job. This is what we are looking at in the future. We're seeing nations that hate America, like North Korea, like Iran, like China and Russia. They are militarizing. And they have told us, like China has, that they are going to use military force to start changing the world. China said that. They're going into Taiwan. They're going to use force. We know this. The lines are being drawn. The other nations in the world, the third world nations in the world, they're going ballistic. No one's paying attention to them. No one is, we're not trying to help them. We're not even trying to not help them. We are completely ignoring them. And the only thing Joe Biden's saying is, hey, the door's open. Come on in. Is that going to make things better for Haiti? That more people are leaving, the people who could best help Haiti, those people who are being shot right now for being religious, for going to church and saying they want to have a nice neighborhood. Do you think they're going to stay in Haiti, or do you think they're going to come to the United States? And do you think the gangs are going to come with them? Because I can tell you, the gangs are coming with them too. The culture and the gangs are coming with them. And like I said, you say, Mike, but it's not getting worse. Aggressive behavior in the South China Sea challenged by the United States. The United States has been all year long in a growing and escalating battle with China. China has a larger navy and they are growing it. The United States Navy is shrinking. Democrats have been shrinking the United States military, and in particular the Navy, reducing the number of ships. We're going to have approximately 250 ships by the end of the Biden's first term. At the same time, in 2025, China is expected to have about 500. They're going to have 2-to-1 naval superiority in Southeast Asia. And that is the key to winning any war in Southeast Asia. That's a fact. That is a military strategic fact. It's not a question. It's not a guess. It's not an opinion. That's a fact. We've seen this in World War II, in Korea, in Vietnam. We've seen these conflicts. We know naval superiority is critical. And China has it, and they are increasing the margin. They're looking to get a margin of 3-to-1 by 2028. And the Biden administration, Democrats, progressives, are saying, yeah, American military sucks, shrink it down. And what's the result? We have conflict. We have constant conflict with China in the South China Sea. Remember, just 2 weeks ago, China and Russia had their ships, not just in the South China Sea, they were buzzing past Alaska. We had Russian and Chinese ships. 11 ships were cruising off the coast of Alaska, threatening the United States because they're not afraid, because they're getting militarized. As we are seeing the Biden-Harris administration, we're watching Democrats and progressives downsize America, and everyone else is upgrading and increasing the threat. Again, I'm not making it up. I'm showing you the news from around the world. I'm showing you the news that the news media in the United States, CNN, MSNBC, they're telling you don't pay attention. They're telling you that's not really important. Don't worry about that. Just because Russia and China were sending warships over to the United States, don't worry, that doesn't mean anything. Just because China promised us that they are going to use force to threaten our allies in Japan, in South Korea, in Taiwan, don't worry about it. That's not important. When it's important, we'll tell you. Well, yeah, just like they told you that the economy is bad. No, they told you the exact opposite. They're telling you Bidenomics is great. Paying more for everything is good. That's what they're telling you right now. That's Bidenomics. Everything is good. It's good that you have inflation. It's good that you have less money and you can afford things less, and it's harder to feed your family and pay your bills. That's a good thing. Look at what the news media is saying right now. Look at CNN. Look at NBC and MSNBC. Listen to them. Listen to the Democrats on the campaign trail. They're telling you this is great, that you have less and it's harder to take care of your family and yourself. And now they're telling you Don't worry about the international conflict. Don't worry about Russia and China getting militarized. Don't worry about that, because if it's important, they'll tell you. No, they won't. They haven't been. And we have documented that for months on this channel. And it's getting worse and worse. Because the things they don't want to tell you about are going to threaten your life. Here's a story. This came out when? Friday evening, 8:20 p.m. This story came out. Iran negotiates sanctions relief with the U.S. Remember, Joe Biden in December of 2022 said that there was no Iran nuclear deal, that the deal was dead, it was gone, even though he had spent every single day since the day he swore the oath of the presidency, January 21st, 2021, every single day since then, he has been trying to get the Iran nuclear deal done. He has made compromise after compromise. He has reduced and removed sanctions over and over again just to get Iran to pay attention to him, just so they would show up for the negotiations. That is a fact. We have documented that for years now. And we've told you this deal is not dead. The news media told you it's dead. Joe Biden came out December. The deal's dead. Iran is poisoning their own schoolgirls. Fact, they were. Iran is killing women for daring to show their hair. Fact, they did. And so Biden said, and Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, said, we're not going to do anything with them, because until they can treat women fairly, we're not going to make any deals with them. We're not going to be nice and help Iran. That's what they promised us in December of 2022, 8 months ago. You're not supposed to remember that. You're not supposed to remember that Iran is killing women, and Biden isn't supposed to talk to Iran or do deals with Iran until they stop killing women. Well, guess what? Iran is still killing women. They're still killing gays. And guess what else? We're making deals with them. So Joe Biden either lied to your face or he doesn't care. Either he lied or he doesn't care. Because we're still doing the Iran nuclear deal, and we're still giving Iran goodies. We're giving them gifts. We're helping them out, and we're getting nothing for it. We get nothing for this. And we've been telling you, don't believe the lies. Check out the news. Well, here it is. August 25th, Iran negotiates sanctions relief with the United States. And the most important thing you can hear is this first sentence. Washington, D.C. Notice they say Washington, D.C. They don't say the Biden-Harris administration, because that's who did this. It's not Washington, D.C. It was the Biden-Harris administration. It was Democrats. It was progressives. They don't want to tell you that. They make it ambiguous, because if they said the Biden-Harris administration has agreed to, then you might not be happy with them and you might not vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. But that's who did this. This wasn't someone ambiguous, some rogue person in Washington, D.C. deciding to do whatever they want. It's not Nancy Pelosi deciding she's going to go to Taiwan because she wants to. No, this isn't Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, just making a statement. Ilhan Omar just taking a trip because she wants to. This was the State Department of the United States. This was the Biden-Harris administration's policy. Washington agreed to ease pressure on Tehran. They're reducing the sanctions. They're removing sanctions. Quote, U.S. officials privately acknowledged they've gradually relaxed some enforcement of sanctions on Iranian oil sales. It's as simple as that, folks. I cannot make it more clear. I cannot make it more obvious for you what they have done. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their international policy is capitulation. It is do whatever it takes to get a win so that they look good for the next election. It's anything to get a positive to get through the next election. We have given up on women. This is the Democratic Party. You know, the people who say they're champions for women, not just in the United States, but around the world. Am I getting that wrong? Am I forgetting the quote here? Is it not the Democrat and progressive parties of the United States that have said they are the champions of women, not only in the United States, but around the world? On the 2-year anniversary of America running away from Afghanistan, what's happening to the Afghan women? We forgot about them. What about the women who are part of the 5,000 Americans that have been abandoned in Afghanistan for the last 2 years? We forgot about them. Well, right now, what about the Iranian women, the schoolgirls, whose only crime was learning how to read? Learning how to read and write. That was the crime of the schoolgirls in Iran, and they are being poisoned and killed. And Joe Biden said, well, that's not important. By the way, Iran, here's a bonus. Sell some more oil. We're reducing the sanctions. By the way, do you want to sign that Iran nuclear deal anytime soon? The news media doesn't want you to think about it. This is why you're not hearing this on CNN. This is why this isn't on MSNBC, ABC News, the New York Times. They don't want to talk about this. It isn't because it isn't happening. It is a fact. It has happened. We are helping Iran. That is a fact. We are funding global terror. Every dollar that we put into the pockets of the Ayatollah of Iran turns into money going into global terror. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, which is a division of the Iranian government, their military is training and funding Hezbollah attacking Israel, the Yemen separatists, the radicals in Syria. And if you think those terrorists aren't going anywhere else, again, let me remind you that Secretary Mayorkas, Secretary of the Homeland Defense of the United States, Homeland and Security, DHS, he said to Representative Darrell Issa on the floor of Congress, in a congressional hearing just 3 weeks ago, he told the American people there are 140 known and suspected terrorists in America right now, and we have no idea where they are. Where do you think those terrorists are coming from? Where do you think they're getting money from? They're getting it from Iran because the sanctions are being removed. Because the United States is helping Iran make more money. And that money is being used. Oil is going to China. Iran is making more sales to China to give them more oil. And if you believe in climate change, you should be pissed off. Again, don't even have to look at it from my point of view. If you're a Democrat and maybe you don't care about women, maybe that's not the most important issue for you. Maybe climate change is, to you, the most important, most dangerous thing in the world. Fantastic. That's your thing. Well, if you believe in climate change, you should be pissed off that the Biden-Harris administration is helping Iran sell and give more oil to China, which is the greatest polluter in the world. They are responsible for the most greenhouse gases in the world. If you believe in climate change, you should be pissed off right now. This should be upsetting you because this is the Biden-Harris administration helping to increase global warming. Don't have to believe me. It's in the news. It's that simple, folks. It's just that simple. If there is anyone in the comments, anyone watching the program right now that disagrees with me, says, Mike, but you're wrong. Fantastic. I want to hear that. If anyone thinks that I have misunderstood, that I have not reported, this is coming from credible international sources. This is the news. Just because it wasn't on CNN, just because the New York Times didn't want to tell you about it, they didn't want to tell you the consequences, they didn't want to tell you the background, doesn't mean it's not real, doesn't mean it's not affecting you. It just means they didn't want you to not vote Democrat. They want you to vote for Biden Harris. So they will do whatever it takes to make sure that you're going to vote for Biden and Harris. They're not going to tell you that this was part of the Biden-Harris administration. They're going to say Washington, or they'll see D.C. It wasn't Washington, D.C. This wasn't Mayor Bowser who made this decision, the mayor of Washington, D.C. This came from the Biden-Harris administration. That's irrefutable. And they told you they wouldn't. That's irrefutable. The evidence is out there. We have the videos. We've shown you the videos from December of 2022. So I'm the bad guy, as we hear from the left on a regular basis. I'm the bad guy because I'm telling you about what's happening. I'm telling you how you've been lied to, how you have been used. And Biden's going to turn around and say, see, but Iran signs the Iran nuclear deal. So you're so much safer now. As they tell you that climate change is the most dangerous thing in the world. And by the way, they helped create more climate change. And they helped fund more global terror. So every American on vacation overseas, every American business anywhere in the world, every American in America who has to deal with one of those 140 terrorists that we know of, that are running around America somewhere, ready to do another Boulder, Colorado, be another San Bernardino, be another Oakland, Florida. This is what's going to happen. But I'm the bad guy. I'm the one who's at fault. I'm the one who's not sensitive to the issues. I'm not sensitive to women. This is what you hear from the left. That if you complain, if you try and warn people, if you tell them about the news that is in the international news media, that is happening in the world, the facts, well, then you're the bad guy. I'm sorry. You know what? I don't mind. Let them tell me I'm the bad guy. I can live with that. I can live with them saying, Michael Voss, no Soundbites Allowed. They're just mean, evil people for telling the truth, for showing people the evidence of the truth, and for making a logical conclusion based on the facts, not my feelings, not your truth, not their truth, the truth, empirically, semantically, mathematically, the truth. Hang on a second. But let me also say, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it. Just type it in. I know we don't have the money right now. I'm not working. And we had to move studios. So we're trying to get money back. So when we can, we'll have the phone back on. But until then, you can type in on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble. And you can say, hey, Mike, I think you're wrong. Okay, why? Is Iran not still poisoning women and killing women? Yes, it is. It is. When the United States gives money and removes sanctions for Iran, do they funnel that into global terror? Well, yes, that's true. Even Democrats admit that. They've been admitting that since 2016. That's a fact. Okay. Did the United States lower sanctions and get nothing for it? Yeah, yes, we just did. Yes. We're allowing Iran, we're helping Iran, we're reducing the sanctions so they can sell more oil to China, our enemy. Yeah, so that's a fact. Is China creating more greenhouse gases than any other nation in the world? Yes, they are. The United States has reduced more greenhouse gases than every country in the world, all of Europe and England combined times 3. That's a fact. We reduce more greenhouse gases than all of Europe and England combined times 3. That's how much the United States reduces greenhouse gases. The United States doesn't have a global warming climate change problem. It doesn't exist. We're the answer. We're the solution to the world. China's the problem, followed by India and then all of Africa, the continent of Africa. That's the fact. That's the reality. And now, because of Joe Biden, because of Kamala Harris, China's going to increase even more greenhouse gases. And there's going to be more global terror to go with it. But I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Because I'm just telling you the truth. By the way, share this with people. Share this with all your friends and all the Democrats you know, all the progressives you know, the ones that are out there, the National Organization of Women. Share this with them. Let them respond to this. You know, I want to hear them. Oh, you support women. Fantastic. Then why are we helping China? Excuse me, why are we helping Iran? Oh, you believe in climate change. Fantastic. You're a climate change activist. You're there with Greta Thunberg. Fantastic. Then why aren't you complaining that we're helping China create more greenhouse gases? You think the UN is fantastic. We need to be more like Europe. Great. Why are you allowing us to threaten Europe with more terrorism? Let's see them answer these questions, because you know they won't. You know they won't. But again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it. If you see news that tells you something different than what I am showing you, and the links that I will provide at the end, and I know YouTube is going to punish me because YouTube has changed their policy, and they are suppressing channels that show you links that take you away from YouTube. They just want you to stay on YouTube forever and hopefully see nothing but progressive content. That's what YouTube wants. They want you to be on, watch shorts all day long, all night long, get nothing from it. Watch cat video after cat video and vote progressive. That's what YouTube wants you to do. And if you have long form content, if you provide people the proof, as in providing them internationally credible links, well, then that channel gets suppressed. That's what YouTube's policy is. So do me a favor. Please, one favor that we ask for: like, share, subscribe. That's it. If we have provided you with information that you did not know, and you are able to save money on food in the future, you're able to, support climate change by complaining to the Democrats about how they're helping Iran. Any of these things, this is information you've never considered before, please like, share, subscribe. That's all we ask for, so that we can tell more people, so that people, your neighbors, your cousins, your friends, and your family, your co-workers can go out and they could save money on buying food before the food crisis gets worse. To be able to let people know when they're going on that next trip overseas, when they have to go on that business trip overseas, if they're worried about people crossing the border, guess what? Now they know. It's actually helping people by helping to share this channel. We hope you will. And if you can, as we said, I'm only one man. I'm not the New York Times. I don't have 10,000 employees. It's just me. And as you can see, we had to downsize. We scaled down. We're still doing what we do. We just don't have the money to do it like we did it before. Please, if you can, it's $1.50 a month for our Patreon. If you don't want to do that, or if you can't do that, that's fine. You can make a donation to our PayPal. And if you can't do that, that's fine. Just like, share, and subscribe. with that said, let me continue. Because these are all upsetting things. And I believe it's Mike Bowie who's mentioned this before. There is even other news that's just as concerning that, again, the United States doesn't want to talk about it. How about Fukushima? The fact that Japan is releasing Fukushima, Japan asked China, stop citizens making abusive calls. See, everyone is freaking out. South Korea, a bunch of people in Japan, people in China, they're all freaking out because Japan is putting a bunch of radioactive water from their nuclear facility at Fukushima into the Pacific Ocean. Again, those climate activists, those activists for Greenpeace and cleaning the world, where are they? Where's Greta Thunberg talking about this? Where are all those people in California, the peaceniks, the Just Stop Oil? Where are all these guys talking about the radioactive water that's going into the Pacific Ocean? Now, I know there's a couple people who watch the program regularly, and they've been talking about this, I don't know, 9 months now, that they've been talking to us about it, saying, watch out, there's that radioactive water. It's going to have an impact, that they're going to release the water into the ocean, whether it's in Southeast China Sea or the Pacific Ocean, and that's going to obviously affect fish. It's going to affect the plant life. It's going to affect the globe. And honestly, I don't know the impact of this. I don't know it well enough. I can't say. But I can tell you that people in South Korea, in the Philippines, in China, and Japan, they're freaking out. And Japan's saying, we're going to do it anyway. They're going to continue to go forward. So where are all the people who say that they stand up for the oceans, they're standing up for the environment? Where are all of them? Where are their protests? Why won't CNN talk about it? Is it because Japan has huge investments in the United States? That they're helping to fund the progressives in the United States to help get reelected so many of the Democrats here in the United States, especially in California? I mean, Eric Swalwell would never have gotten elected, yet alone reelected, without the help of Chinese spies from the Confucius Institute. That's a fact. Eric Swalwell employed Fang Fang and 3 other individuals hired by Fang Fang to work on Eric Swalwell's campaign and his re-election campaigns. The Chinese Communist Party is a serious backer of Eric Swalwell and Dianne Feinstein. Again, these are the facts. I'm not making anything up. This is the news. The only thing that's different is I'm putting it into context for you rather than taking it out of context. I'm telling you how these pieces put together. It's not a conspiracy theory. It is a series of events. And I am just giving you the chronology of those events because I didn't forget. Right now, the news media wants you to forget that 2 years ago, Joe Biden abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. 18 months ago, Joe Biden abandoned 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine. 3 months ago, Joe Biden abandoned 15,000 Americans in the Sudan. The news media wants you to forget any of these things happened. The world hasn't forgotten. The consequences have not been forgotten. And I think this is critical. You need to know this. Whether you agree with me or not is up to you. I'm not telling you to be a conservative Republican. I'm not telling you should be a libertarian. I'm not telling you should be a Democrat or a progressive. That's your choice. You want to go out and protest? Fantastic. You want to change the way you vote? You want to try and get someone better in elected office? You want to run for elected office? That's up to you. I just want you to be informed with the truth, the full truth, with a memory that goes back more than 2 weeks so that you can make a decision because you understand this is what they lied to you about. This is what they promised you, and this is how they have failed. Because that's the only way you can look at this. They failed. They want you to talk about Trump. Every single article this week has been about Trump. They have connected to Trump being arrested, to Trump's mugshot, his indictment, the indictments he had before, the fact that he's going to be indicted in the future. We continue to say on this channel, you're going to see President Trump get another indictment. That's a fact. Before January of 2024, he's going to have at least one more indictment. He's going to be arrested at least one more time. Does it matter? No. No. It's not going to prevent him from being on the ballot. And it's not going to change the opinion of tens of millions of Americans. Tens of millions. It's not, the Democrats are trying to make sure, oh, he's demonized. Do you understand? He's getting arrested. Yes, people do. And he's running dead even with Joe Biden in polls. Every poll out there have them 1-2 points apart. It is within the margin of error. They are terrified. With every negative thing they have said about President Trump for 6-7 years now in a row, for 7 years they have demonized him. They have accused him of everything they could possibly accuse him of. They have charged him on everything that they can figure out how to charge him on. They have investigated him for years on end, and he's still running dead even with Joe Biden, the supposed figure who's actually got more votes than President Obama, a man who could make full speeches and was youthful and vibrant and was supposed to be the post-racial America. He was the savior to black America. And Joe Biden got more votes than him. As he stumbles across flat stages and has to have a cue card to tell him where to sit. Do you believe this? I don't. But we're seeing the consequences of it. We're seeing the consequences of it. Here's one of the consequences. Joe Biden honors service members killed during Afghan withdrawal. This is coming from The Hill. This is the right. This is their bias is they say it's center. No, The Hill is a right-leaning publication right off the bat. I'll tell you that. And they're saying Joe Biden is getting honored. He's honoring the 13 individuals killed. That was 12 members of the Marines and 1 Navy personnel in the United States. There were 2 British civilians that were killed that died 2 years ago because Joe Biden said, run away. Run away as fast as you can. Leave everything behind. Take nothing. Run. Just run. Because that's what he said. And here's the news media yesterday talking about this. Now, I want you to look through this. And let's look for how many Americans do they list. We know for a fact that on September 1st, 2021, Joe Biden promised America there were less than 100 Americans left behind in Afghanistan. That number should have been 0. But over this holiday weekend, they're not going to mention this again. This is not going to come up in any newspaper anywhere in America. No American news media is going to address this. That he said there were 98 Americans left in Afghanistan. It should have been 0. And then we found out within 6 months, the actual number's 5,000. That over 1,000 Americans within 1 year, by September 1st of 2022, over 1,000 Americans came back, not because of the State Department, but because of other Americans helping them, religious organizations helping those Americans trapped in Afghanistan get home. You're not going to see in any one of these articles the report from the CIA and the State Department guaranteeing you telling you directly to your face that there are hundreds of Americans in Afghanistan right now that are being tortured. Right now. More people are being tortured in Afghanistan. Let me be clear. More Americans abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration are being tortured right now than the number of Americans Joe Biden told America were actually left behind. He lied to your face, and they don't want to talk about it. And if you look through this article, they'll tell you about the 13 U.S. service members that died. They'll tell you about the 170 Afghan citizens. They should be mentioning about the British civilians that died. They didn't mention them. They want to tell you about that event. But you know what they don't tell you in this article from a right-leaning publication? The Americans that have been abandoned and are being tortured at this moment. Because they want you to forget. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to react to it. They want you to vote a certain way. This is about elections and getting votes. This is about leverage. And you're not supposed to remember the facts. You're just supposed to do what you're told. Does anyone dispute me? Does anyone dispute the evidence that I am providing to you, that we have provided for years on this channel? We have never forgotten the Americans that have been abandoned in Afghanistan, the Ukraine, or the Sudan. And we have every single week, we will mention their names. We will recognize they exist until they come home. It is the single greatest tragedy of any presidency in the history of America, in our opinion, that 30,000 Americans have been thrown away in the wind like wheat in the chaff of the wind, just tossed aside, and hundreds of them, if not thousands, are being tortured every day because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and the news media wants us to forget. The left-leaning news media, the right-leaning news media, most of the U.S. media have forgotten. This is a subject that is verboten. It is forbidden. You're not supposed to talk about this. And our channel is punished harshly. We are suppressed massively because we're actually going to tell you the truth. No one disputes it. Ask the State Department, ask the Department of Defense, contact your congressman. You can even go in touch with Antonio Delgado, the former congressional representative of the New York 19. Ask him. I asked him in videos, in town halls. I asked him by email. He won't answer the question. He doesn't want to talk about it. I've asked Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Nancy Pelosi. They don't want to talk about this. They don't want to answer this. And the answer that you do get from members of Congress when they respond to this, like Claudia Tenney did respond. And you know what the answer is? Nobody knows. Nobody knows exactly how many people were left behind, where they all are. We know there were thousands. We know hundreds are being tortured. We don't have an exact number because the Biden administration threw it all away. But if you think I'm wrong, let's have that conversation. Any member of Congress would like to, I will find the way. I will beg and borrow to get the money to put it on Zoom and have a conversation. I will live stream it so that it cannot be edited for any member of Congress. If you are a sitting member of Congress, I will beg, borrow, and steal to get the money to make sure that I will live stream as long as you need. No matter how much time you need to explain this, I will give you all the free airtime I can to let you explain where those Americans are and why they are not home and what's happening to them as they are being tortured. How are we getting them home? How are we ending the torture? If you think I am wrong in what I have reported based on the international news, then just tell me. I will give you unlimited time to try and embarrass me and say, Mike, here's all the news. Here's the information from the DOJ, the State Department, the CIA. Please, I am begging for someone in our U.S. Congress to prove me wrong. Please do. Show the American people that somebody knows what's going on and the problem isn't as big as all the international media is telling me it is. That's a promise I'm making. That is a promise I am making to you, to every member of Congress, and more importantly, to the American people and the world and the people around the world. Because I know if there are Americans who are trapped and being tortured in Afghanistan, if there are Americans who are trapped in the Ukraine, there are Americans who are trapped being tortured in Sudan. That means there are people who, the British, are being tortured and captured. Australians, New Zealand, the Kiwis, we have the Germans, the French, Canadians. They're all there too. I'm not just concerned about Americans. This is happening around the world. This is a people from around the world. Let me move on. I don't know. Maybe, by the way, folks, if you think this isn't important, tell me. I listen to my audience. I pay attention to you guys. To John Cordisco, to Jason and Bing, to Graham, Mike Bowie. I listen to all of you. Jan, I know you listen as well. Everyone who types in, I pay attention. Bell and even Progressive Mike, Democrat Mike, when he comes, I listen to you. I love each and every one of you. I'm just naming people off the top of my head. Hot Chicks is another one. User has been banned. Agent Black. I remember all of you. I listen to everything you all have to say. And if you think I am wrong, please tell me. I am open to hear that. That's what the whole conversation is about. As you can see on the screen, we're having the conversations. I want to hear those conversations. Unlike many in U.S. news media, unlike many in U.S. politics, they just want you to be, what did George Carlin say? Just smart enough to operate the machines, too dumb to complain. Really, he was so much of a prophet, that man. And it upsets me because when we stop paying attention to the details, when we pretend that the news media is going to tell us everything that we need to know when we need to know it, when we forget that we are in charge of these things, well, things like what happened here. I don't know if anyone noticed. In New York State, let me see if I can, bear with me a second. I don't know if people saw this, that in New York State, since the beginning of August, if you have car insurance, if you are single and you have car insurance in New York State, you are now paying for having spousal liability. Spousal liability means that your wife is covered, that your car insurance covers you and your wife or your husband or your significant other, whatever you want to call them. Your civil union, the person you are married to, legally married to. Whoever you're legally married to, whatever you call them, whatever their gender, I don't care. In New York State, as of August 1st, well, they are automatically part of your insurance plan. And that means your insurance policy costs more. You have more coverage, you're paying more money. And it's a requirement. It's not an option. This isn't a choice. It's automatic. But the part that gets me about this is that if you are single, this is how brilliant our lawmakers are now. This is how dumb and how non-responsive they are to the American people. They forced this change. And you may say, Mike, but I want my wife, I want my husband, my significant other, whatever you want to call them, that you want them covered in case there's an accident. Fantastic. I'm happy for you. Yes, that's great. Yes, make sure that the car companies cannot eliminate them, to ignore them from being protected and taken care of in case there's, God forbid, that there's some kind of accident. Yeah, you want them covered. I have no problem for that. And you're willing to pay for it. Fantastic. Why do single people have to pay for it? Let me say that again. Why do single people who don't have a civil union, a marriage, a husband, a wife, a significant other, they don't have that person. They're paying for coverage they will never use. They have a higher premium. They're losing money for something that can never benefit them. Never benefit them. So they're just having money sucked out of their pockets. Is it because of the evil corporation? And I know the left will tell you, but Mike, that's because insurance companies are evil. They're greedy. No. Insurance companies make about 1 penny of profit for every dollar that they make in revenue. So this isn't changing. This isn't a game changer. And suddenly they're just getting rich and going to Maui because they're now making single people pay as if they're married people. No. That's not. It's because politicians in New York State, the single party rule of progressives in New York State, are so short-sighted, so blinded by their ability to do whatever it is, to do everything and always think that they are correct. They didn't read their own bill. They didn't understand the consequences of the very laws that they are passing, the requirements that they make. New York State forced this on drivers. They forced this on the insurance companies. They mandated this. And this is one of the problems when you have a mandate, because mandates always have a consequence. They always have a cost. I don't care what the mandate is for. There is always something more to it. Sometimes it's something you can't predict, but almost always you can. The politicians could have fixed this if they cared. They didn't. They wanted the headline, "I'm saving your wife. I'm protecting your family." That's the headline they wanted so that you will vote for them. They want you to remember, I made sure that your wife is going to have coverage when she's in that car with you, when your husband's in that car with you, when your significant other is in the car with you. I'm making sure that you are protected at the cost of people who don't have a husband, a wife, a significant other. They are punishing Americans and people in New York State in particular for something that they never wanted and don't need and can never benefit them. Because the politicians were too stupid to say, and single people don't pay that. That's all it takes. It's as simple as that. Single people don't pay that. That's it. Single people don't pay that premium. 6 words. 6 words. That's all it takes. 6 words. And they would have fixed this. But they were so busy mandating and changing people's lives because they're high-mighty and they get it right every time because of the single party power of New York State. They didn't even read it through to realize they needed 6 words. Just 6. There's a comment here. Mike Bowie says, "Where did I read this?" Oh, sure, no problem. Mike Bowie. One of the news media that put this out, by the way, they really aren't reporting it. It came out August 10th. This is how little they made people aware of this. And you can talk to your own insurance company. They'll tell you about this. August 10th. I didn't find out about this until yesterday when I was doing research for this show. See, that's the other part of it. The news media, remember, they're going to make sure you know everything you need to know. You have a car, you have insurance. Oh, did they not tell you that your insurance rates went up? Did they not tell you that it's because they mandated this requirement? Did they not tell you that if you're single, you're paying for it too on August 10th? See, Mike Boy, most people didn't notice. This is coming from News 10. This is NBC News. NBC News. Why wasn't this something people knew? Because they didn't care. Because the news media didn't care. Doesn't matter how they punish you. Again, why? Because they're protecting the Democrats. The news media, NBC News, along with the others, realized that if you think about it for 10 seconds, you realize, wait a minute, the politicians didn't read the bill. That's all you can get from this. They needed 6 words. Single people don't pay the premium. That's it. 6 words. They didn't read the bill. Or if they did read it, they didn't comprehend that it needed 6 words. They were so busy pushing their power around and trying to get to look good so that they could get donations. They were so busy fundraising and trying to get other Democrats elected that they didn't bother to read the law. And the news media, realizing that this embarrasses the New York State legislature, which is controlled by Democrats, and Kathy Hochul and Eric Adams, because the Democrats are in charge, you can't blame this on Republicans. You can't say the Republicans didn't read it. Doesn't matter if they read it. They can't pass anything. It's New York State. Progressives and Democrats control New York State. Republicans could say, we want to give away gold. They can't do a damn thing, no matter what, because it's New York State. New York State is bluer than blue. Progressives and Democrats control everything. So this embarrasses Republicans and Democrats. Therefore, the news media said, we can't talk about this. We'll publish it. It's news. We'll put it on page 22 of 23-page newspaper. We're going to bury this. So the news came out on August 10th, and people today, August 27th, don't even know it came out. 17 days later, and most New Yorkers and most Americans don't even know that New York State is that screwed up. This is the example of the efficiency and the effectiveness of having a single party rule. This is what you get when you get a bunch of Democrats and progressives that believe that they're smarter than the average American, when they believe that they can mandate you into anything they want. Yeah, they don't even know what they're doing. Yes, it is true. The Democrats in New York State don't read the bills they pass, and they don't care how this hurts you. Mike Bowie mentions that he thinks this was done deliberately. Mike, it absolutely was done deliberately. It was let me be very clear. Mike Bowie, I say it is deliberate in that all they had to do is read the bill, and they could have fixed this before it got anywhere. Anywhere along the line, they could have added 6 words and fixed this. They didn't read it, which means it's deliberate. They didn't care. They deliberately did not care. They said, good enough. It's a Democrat bill. It will help them raise money. It will help them get reelected. Good enough. Pass it. Just shove it on through. They didn't care. So to me, it's deliberate. Because if they read it, if even one of these Democrats, I don't care if it's in the Assembly or the Senate, any of them, even Governor Hochul, if she read it, she could have said, by the way, we need 6 words. The single people in New York State, they shouldn't be burdened with this. They have higher inflation is 17%. Food inflation is 11.5%. Interest rates are at 5.5%. They can't afford this. All of their money is disappearing, and inflation is just stripping away all of their savings. Why we can't give them an extra burden that they don't have, that they get zero benefit from? Kathy Hochul could have said that and said, we just need 6 more words. Guys, take this back. Add those 6 words and I will sign this in a heartbeat. Somebody just fix it. She didn't read it either. There is no Democrat in the New York State Assembly. There is no Democrat in the New York State Senate. They control New York politics. They cannot look you in the face and tell you with a straight face they were doing their job. They can't. The other sad part is the news media didn't care. This should have been more of news. This should be something to wake people up. My God, you're going to pay more because the politicians didn't read the law. They don't care. But that would shake up the status quo. So at every level, from the news media to the politicians, yes, Mike Bowie, it was done deliberately. And if that's something that I'm catching 17 days after the fact, what's happening in California? What's happening in Illinois? Baltimore? What's happening in Skokie? Where is it? Skokie's in Missouri? Mississippi? What's happening in this nation? I'm one man. I don't have 10,000 people like NBC News. I don't have 10,000 people who could all tweet that link. I don't have 10,000 people that can go on to all social media and send it to every one of their friends, to send it around to everybody in New York State and say, by the way, the politicians screwed up. They need to fix this. I don't have that power. They do, and they don't care. The news media did not care. They want to protect their political ideology. And the politicians don't care. That's why they didn't read the law. And if there was any politician in New York State, any of them, including Lupardo. By the way, I know Donna Lupardo. She's an assemblywoman, the New York 123rd District. I've known Donna for, 10 years? I've interviewed her half a dozen times. Donna, if you would like to tell me that you read this, please, let's come on to the show. Tell me why you read this and there was no correction made. I'd like to hear that. I'll talk to any of the New York State senators. Happy to talk with them. I'll talk to any of the county executives. Jason Garnar. Jason, I've known you for, 12 years? You're a Broome County executive. Did you have no influence on this? Did you read this and not mention it to Donna? Did you not mention it to the New York State Assembly or to the New York State Senate that somebody should read this and fix this? I'm happy to have that conversation, guys. I know a lot of Democrats in elected office, especially across central New York. Let's have this conversation. Southern tier, central New York. I know you guys. You all know me. You have my email. You know who I am. You've been interviewed by me several times over the last 17 years. Come on to the program. Tell me to my face, Mike, you got it wrong. Okay, why? How? Prove it to me. Show me. Because I can point to the law and it's screwed up. The proof is what happened. It's very upsetting to me. I got to tell you, folks, it's upsetting to me because you are the ones who are being abused. You're being punished. We're seeing politicians play politics. They are not effective. They are not efficient. I don't care if they're a Republican, a Democrat, a Libertarian. I don't care what party they're with. They're not effective. They're not efficient. And yet they are reelected year after year after year for decades. And they are failing you. And that is being covered up by the news media, whose obligation is to point out the failure, to help fix this. I don't want the various politicians, you know what? I'm not looking for you to be like, oh, Mike, but let me justify. Fix the law. Be effective. Be efficient. You want to save lives? Fantastic. I'm happy for that. You want to help people who are in car accidents? I'm happy for that. Fix the law. That's all I'm asking you to do. That's really, at the end of the day, I hope that Donald Lapardo, the New York State Assembly, the New York State Senate, Kathy Hochul, her Lieutenant Governor, Antonio Delgado. I know you guys. I don't care if you show up on this show or not. I want you to fix the law. Just turn around. Don't mention my name. Don't give me any credit. Your staff watches this program on a regular basis. You guys reach me privately on a regular basis after watching these programs. You send me private emails. Fantastic. I'm not exposing any of our private conversations. That's off the record. I'm keeping it off the record. But what I am asking you to do is to actually fix the law. Don't give me the credit. You never do anyway. Go and fix the law. Is that too much to ask for? Because the American people deserve it. The people of New York deserve it. Fix this. Do your job. I'm sorry. I get upset. But I hope people can understand why I get upset. Because this is frustrating. This should not be happening in America. This should not be happening in any state. I don't care if it's New York and it's progressive. No state should have an entire electorate, a legislature that is so inconsiderate, that is so non-empathetic, that they don't read their bills and are punishing people rather than helping them because they didn't read. Because they didn't take the time to figure out they needed 6 words. That's it. 6 words. No change to everything else could have stayed the same and changed 6 words. And they would have fixed everything. Instead, they caused more of a problem. They're hurting people instead of helping people. That upsets me. And the news media is afraid to say they screwed up. They're afraid to let you know they screwed up. It's very upsetting to me. It's incredibly upsetting to me. Okay. But let's talk about Trump, okay? Hang on a second. So, folks, let's start talking about Donald Trump. Because, honestly, that's what everyone's talking about, right? The news media wasn't talking about what's happening with China. They weren't talking about what's happening with Iran. They don't care what's happening to women around the world. They don't care about the Americans that have been abandoned or tortured. They don't want to talk about any of that. They don't want to talk to you about how the government's screwing up because they don't read. No, they don't want to talk about any of those things. The only thing that they wanted to talk about all week long has been Donald Trump. Okay? So fantastic. Since that's the only thing they care about, and that's the only thing they want to talk about, then let's talk about Donald Trump. Let's talk about the debate. Let's talk about January 6th. Let's talk about the 2020 presidential election. Because that's what we're supposed to be talking about. That's what we're supposed to be fixated with. We're not supposed to think about anything else. All the rest of the news, the rest of the world is supposed to pass us by, and the only answer to everything is Trump. Let's go with that. Okay, the answer to everything is Trump. Fantastic. So, let's put this in context a little bit. On January 6th, several members of the United States House, the Democrats, including Representative Maxine Waters in 2001, came up and objected, as is their constitutional right, to the 2000 election. They came up and they objected in January and said The votes are wrong. The count is wrong. This is not a legal election. That was 2000. 2001, Maxine Waters, amongst a host of other Democrats, all were screaming. That's a fact. Here she is.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, arise?
And vice president. This is Congress. There's Maxine Waters.
Mr. Vice President, I rise to object to the fraudulent 25 Florida electoral votes.
That's Maxine Waters. This is the Electoral College. This is the floor of Congress. This is Democrats saying the election's bad. And what happens? What happens there? Hang on. We've got a comment here. I just saw this. So Mike Bowie came back to us. Before I go further with Trump, let me resolve this. Mike Bowie says, there's probably more single people in New York State than married people. And the question is, do both spouses have their rates raised? So going back to the previous thing, when it was not resolved, to give you the full scope of the problem, yes, Mike, both spouses have it's every auto policy in New York State. So both spouses have their insurance go up, and single people have their premiums go up. Again, they didn't think it through. So the answer is yes. To answer your question, yes, everyone's rates go up. So let me go back to this, because I wanted to make sure I answer. I like to answer your questions, guys. I pay attention. When you ask me questions, I pay attention. So where is it? There. So I am paying attention to your comments. So Maxine Waters did this. It was legal and correct, and it is constitutional for Maxine Waters, among dozens of other members of Congress, to complain. But you can't do that anymore because Democrats are upset with that. You're not supposed to remember that in 2001, the Democrats did exactly what they're trying to say Mike Pence didn't do. That Mike Pence has now turned around and said, oh, well, that's not constitutional. I can't possibly question the election, any of the votes, any of the electors, if a member of Congress challenges it. I can't do anything except, yeah, you can. You actually can. And Democrats have done it in the past. Not just in 2000, but just as an example of what Maxine Waters is complaining about that she did herself. So now that we understand that context, let's talk about the debate. 13 million, roughly 12, actually it's 12.8 million, but rounding up, 13 million people watched the 2024 Republican presidential nomination, which I think is one of the most misnamed election debates ever. Because there is no question that no one on the stage was trying to be president. Well, let me correct that. There's several people who wanted to be president. They're not going to get it. Donald Trump is by large and away astoundingly, massively, heads and toes above everyone else. Donald Trump is, at this moment, unless he drops dead, he's going to be the nominee in 2024. And everyone who was on the debate stage for Fox News was looking for either vice president or a committee, a cabinet membership. Does anyone disagree with me on that? I'm happy to hear it. But I believe everyone on that stage knows there is no way in hell they're going to win. They want to be VP, or they want to have a cabinet seat, or they are praying that Trump dies so that they can then try and step in. Those are the only three options that are available to the Republicans on that stage right now. And I wish Larry Elder was on that stage. But here's one of the biggest problems with this event. It was on Fox News. And it wasn't live. People didn't get to see it. This is one of the biggest issues, one of the biggest deals in dealing with our elections is being able to hear the unedited comments of the candidates, to have them answer questions that pertain to the elected office. 13 million people, rounding up, were watching this. And there could have been tens of millions more. Could have been. But Fox News Fox itself put the debate behind a firewall. You couldn't just go on to YouTube and watch it just because Fox News put it on YouTube. Fox News is on YouTube. They could have published this live. They could have done what C-SPAN does and made it open to the public, put it out on every single format. They could have been on YouTube and Rumble. They could have had it on Odyssey and BitChute. They could have done it simulcast on Facebook. They could have done that because that's a public service. Because an election, a presidential election, is a public event. But no, Fox decided that they were going to put this behind a firewall, that you had to give them advertising money. And all 13 million people that watched it, including myself, were giving advertising dollars to Fox. They were paying for advertising for Fox because Fox put it behind a firewall. Now, I know that people will tell me, but Mike, afterwards, after the event, at 11 o'clock at night, they put it out for everyone. The whole thing. So you could have watched it from 11 o'clock until 1 in the morning, in the middle of the week, when you have to go to work the next day. You could have watched it. No. You know people aren't going to watch it. Because people aren't going to stay up from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. to go to sleep, wake up, and go to work the next day. They aren't going to do that. That's why it's called prime time for a reason. There's a reason why it's primetime TV, and people will stay up till about 11 o'clock, when the late show comes on, when the late night hosts used to be on. That's what people would be around for. That's why it's called primetime. So my first objection with this whole thing is it was engineered to make money and not inform the public. Fox News screwed up. Call them out for that. The event should have been public for everyone. Like the CNN town halls, like other events, like C-SPAN does, it should have been live for everyone. The first time. Second problem I have. The moderators, the questions being asked by the moderators, did you notice this? I don't know how many people who are watching this right now, but did you notice, if you watched it or if you watch it since, they would ask a question, and after two people would respond to it, they changed the question. Every single time. They'd ask a question about the economy. They'd ask a question about Donald Trump. They'd ask a question about immigration. Two people would answer, and then the third person would get a brand new question. They didn't get the same question. They would change the question based on who they asked. So the two people they asked would get one version, which would kind of match up with what their policy has been, what they've declared on their websites, what they've been campaigning about. Then they'd ask some other people. So the question that Vivek Ramaswamy would get is not the same question on immigration that went to Tim Scott. When they would talk about defunding the Department of Education, they didn't ask the same thing of Vivek Ramaswamy that they asked Chris Christie, that they asked Mike Pence. They all got different questions. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say to me, but Mike, why is that a big deal? Why do you care? I mean, they still got kind of asked the same thing. No, they kind of didn't. No, they didn't get asked the same thing. And that's the problem. They should have been asked the same thing. They could have been asked the same thing. They were all asked something different. So I can't compare. And they did that on purpose so that you can't compare them accurately and fairly to each other. It was Fox News protecting the Republican Party, which I don't think, if you're running for president, no one should be protecting you. Your own words, your own actions, and your history, especially if you've held elected office before, that's your protection. But if you are being asked a legit question, I don't care about what you did in high school. Did you commit a crime? No. Okay, I don't care. Were you some kind of evil person? Were you on some psychotic medications? No, I don't care. I don't care what you did in high school. I don't care what your college roommates thought of you. Don't care. Don't care what you wrote in a diary or what someone else wrote about you in a diary. Don't care. I care about you were elected. What did you vote? How did you vote? What did you propose as bills? What's your record? What have you said publicly? Not just now, but since you became a public figure, what have you said? I want to go by that. And if you're asking people different questions, you're getting different answers, not the same one. As an example, Fox News did not ask anyone about the Americans abandoned in Afghanistan or Ukraine or the Sudan. That's a pretty important foreign policy issue, isn't it? It has a massive impact. It's part of the reason why there's a war in the Ukraine right now. It's part of the reason why China is getting ready to invade Taiwan. It's part of the reason why Japan is building up the first army since 1945. It's a pretty big deal. It's an important question. Fox News didn't ask that of anyone. And when they did talk about international policy, they asked 3 people and then changed the question. What, everyone doesn't get to give an answer? What the hell? What if Ron Burgum, what if Ron Burgum in North Dakota has a better answer on how to deal with China than Nikki Haley or Tim Scott or Vivek? But they didn't get the same question. So I don't know. So Fox News screwed you and screwed the candidates because they didn't give them honest chances to answer the real important question. I had another problem with that. Maybe it's just me, but I had a problem with that. So the fact that 13 million people watched this, 13 million people got screwed when it came to the debates. 13 million people were beat up. They were just let down by Fox News, in my opinion. But the thing I found really interesting about that, because obviously, at the exact same time that the very, very flawed, very, very chaotic Republican debate was going on. I mean, this was about, we were watching this, I know. Almost every social media and news media outlet have said Vivek Ramaswamy won the debate. I don't think so. I do not think he was the winner. I think Tim Scott was the winner. Vivek was loud, he was brash, he was crass, and he was immature. His lack of wisdom came through. I didn't say he's stupid. I didn't say he was unintelligent. I said he was crass and immature. And he didn't have a plan. He has a popular slogan, and many of the people on that stage had popular slogans, but he didn't have a plan. And he couldn't go into detail because he has no experience and he had no wisdom. That doesn't win debates to me. No matter how loud you get, no matter how many times they ask you every single question, no matter how much of a focus the cameras want to put on you, no matter how much the other candidates want to have personal attacks against you, that doesn't mean you won the debate. It just means you're popular. It means you'll make a lot of money. You're going to get a lot of fundraising, and Vivek is going to get a lot of fundraising. And he's going to go up in the popularity polls. I think he's going to move from 7% to somewhere around 11%. I even put out a tweet saying where I think the future predictions are. I think he's going to go to, with next week's polling, Vivek's going to be somewhere around 11%. He's going to probably take away the second spot away from Ron DeSantis, who I think did miserably during the debate. But that doesn't mean Vivek won the debate. The adult in the room, there were only two people who were the adults in the room. Nikki Haley, Tim Scott. They were relatively calm. They were confident. They were answering, well, mostly answering the questions. And they weren't trying to, Tim Scott more than anyone else, wasn't getting into the bait of trying to personally attack Vivek or other people on the stage and trading personal attacks with each other. That, I think, shows presidential, or more importantly, vice presidential demeanor, presentation. There's a gravitas that goes with that. Now, I know some people have said, friends of mine have said, Frank Johnson on the Liberty First Foundation said, yeah, but he's, the thing that's going to happen is Tim Scott, everyone's going to say, well, he's gay, and so therefore he's going to lose. I don't think that's the problem. I don't care if he's gay. I don't care if Tim Scott is gay or not. He's black. I don't care. Yes, he's black, which means that that's going to be a problem for Kamala Harris because he's going to take away some of the votes because he's black. And if he's gay, he's going to take away some of the votes from Kamala Harris again and other Democrats because he's gay and black. Fantastic. Good for him. I could care less. His personal sex life means nothing to me unless he's sleeping with an international spy like Eric Swalwell. Then it matters. If he's not sleeping with international spies like Eric Swalwell, then I don't care who he's sleeping with. I don't care their gender. I don't care who it is. If he's not stealing money and having money rooted through 22 different companies to hide it from the American people like Joe Biden has done in 2015, then I don't care about that either. See, I care when they're hiding things from us that are relevant. I care about things that are important to us. I don't care about the little things. So I think Tim Scott is going to get the vice presidential nod. I have heard that even though I say it's going to be Tim Scott, I have a couple of people who've talked to me, a couple of friends, and they've told me, well, it could be Nikki Haley who's going to get VP because she's a woman. Tim Scott's great because he's black, he's got the South, he may or may not be gay, so he could get those votes. Or you go with Nikki Haley, she's experienced, she's smart with business, and she's a woman. She can help get the woman vote. So that's a thought. But a friend of mine came up, again, Frank Johnson, Liberty First Foundation, this Friday that just passed, that was the 25th, during the Liberty First, their Friday night roundtable, that's it, the Friday roundtable discussion, Frank said, it's Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake out of Arizona may be the running mate, the VP for President Trump. Because she's a woman, so there's the female vote. She's a conservative, strong. She's a strong supporter of President Trump, as strong as Tim Scott is. She has a following in the West Coast, and she helped to highlight some of the irregularities and some of the fortification of elections that we have seen since 2020. Maybe. So I'll ask you. Let me, there we go. Let me type this out here. Oh, I have my cap locks on. All right. So I hit somewhere in the middle of that, I hit cap lock. So I apologize for that. But because I can barely see the screen that I'm typing on. But here's the question that I'm posing for everyone. Okay. Do you think that either Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, or Carrie Lake are the best choice for VP with President Trump? Who would be the best choice? I don't know who you think. I want to hear. Who do you think it would be? Who would be the best option out of those people? Because I don't think Mike Pence won the election, the debate. I think he lost his position. I think he goes from 3% down to 1% because people are pissed at him. They listen to him. As we can see from the evidence about Maxine Waters, Al Gore in 2001, Mike Pence is lying to the American people. He could have done things that he didn't do, and he's blaming Trump for something that wasn't illegal or unconstitutional. And people know it. So I think Mike Pence is out. Chris Christie was desperate. The one thing that I think everyone universally agrees about, Chris Christie was on that stage out of desperation to be relevant. Because he's not. He's not relevant at all. No one, he hasn't been relevant since 2016. No one cares about what Chris Christie thinks. No one. Not even the Democrats that are trying to prop him up to take some of the wind out of the sail and to let Chris Christie say, I don't agree with Trump. I think Trump is bad. That's what Chris Christie is on the stage for. They need a Republican to say that they don't like Trump and not be Mike Pence. And that's what Chris Christie is there for. That's why he's getting funding right now. But I think listening to the audience, the moderators, Brett Baer, had to turn around and admonish the audience because they were so angry at Chris Christie. Chris, your career's over. Chris Christie, if you didn't realize this, your career is done. You are dead as a Republican. You couldn't win anything at this point. No one's supporting him. He's out of the race before the end of September. Guaranteed. I'm absolutely sure of it. If you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear why you think so. But I think everyone would agree, Chris Christie, he's out the race. Mike Pence does not have the momentum. No one knows who Asa Hutchinson is and doesn't care. No one outside of North Dakota knows who Doug Burgum is. And there's no one in North Dakota anyway, so no one cares about Doug Burgum either. Could be great people. I'm not saying they're not great people. I'm not saying they're not smart people. Never said that. What I am saying is no one cares. No one cares. The people that are up there, I could see the case for Tim Scott. I could see the case for Carrie Lake. But I see a cabinet position for Vivek Ramaswamy. And I think Larry Elder, someone who also doesn't get enough attention. Who was recently, as we covered it last week, Larry Elder was on with Charlemagne. And he was finally giving a response, the black conservative response, to Joe Biden's "you ain't black" comments. He finally got the opportunity to push back against Charlemagne for allowing Joe Biden to tell black people how to be black. Larry Elder is in the Republican race, whether they admit it or not. Yes, he's at the bottom of the field, but he's a candidate. And I think the fact that he has been a strong supporter of Trump, because he's a strong conservative Republican, because he is a black conservative Republican who has made strides forward trying to protect people in California and the United States, I think Larry Elder will get a position, probably maybe Secretary of Labor, which might go to Vivek, but you could give Larry Elder the Secretary of Commerce and give Vivek Secretary of Labor. Could happen. That's what I see. And then either Tim Scott, he's either VP or Carrie Lake. I could see that. So let me see some comments here. And Mike Bowie says he could see Nikki Haley or Carrie Lake as VP. Lynn, hello, Lynn. Glad that you could be here with me. Lynn says, yes, she sees Vivek because he's brilliant, and she loves Larry Elder as well. Let's see. Mike says he needs to see everybody's mugshots before he could tell who could be the best VP. That's funny. But the funny part is that might happen. You might see that before this is all done. Because you don't really need to. Remember, let me explain this properly. You don't need to actually commit a crime for the Democrats to view you as a criminal. Going back to the Me Too movement, let's think about that. Democrats had established that being accused is equal to guilt. They did that to Al Franken. Remember, the best friend, a good friend of Josh Riley, who's running for the New York 19 on the Democratic ticket, Al Franken, was kicked out by Democrats because of the Me Too movement. Because he was accused, it was alleged of his crimes. In part, Governor Cuomo, disgraced, criminal, Andrew Cuomo, who was responsible for 16,000 people dying in nursing homes, he wasn't removed or forced to retire from the governorship of New York State because of the people that he murdered or the cover-up about that. No. It was because of the 11 sexual assaults he was accused of, and then that was thrown out the window because New York State, again, is corrupt as hell. But it's that accusation equals guilt. And so Trump has been accused over and over and over again, and Democrats have been told over and over and over again for years, accusation equals guilt. Mugshot equals guilty. So I would not be surprised that before 2024 is over, no matter who's running for president, no matter who's the VP, they're all going to be accused of crimes because Democrats have been told, the rank and file have been shoved down their throats every day for 7 years. Accusation equals guilt. So you may see mugshots of everyone on the Republican ticket. Not that they're guilty, not that they'll be convicted of a crime, not that the crime not even if the accusation makes sense. Doesn't matter. It's the fact that accusation equals guilt. And that's all the Democrats need to hear. That's what they have been trained to understand. So, and I'm just making sure I didn't. Again, I can barely see the comments, so if you see me craning my head, that's why. But maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you disagree. We're having some interesting comments from Lynn. We're having interesting comments from Mike Bowie. I'm happy to hear from what everyone else thinks. Not everyone agrees with me, and that's okay. I'm perfectly fine with that. You don't have to. I just want to hear what you have to say. Your voice matters as much as anyone else. In fact, more so, because you're the American people. You're citizens of America. Your vote matters a lot. And I do want to hear from everyone else overseas as well. You guys are important to me. You matter. And this is going to affect the rest of the world. So yeah, even Agent Black and everyone else over in the United Kingdom, in Europe, in France, in India, Peru, Canada, some of the other nations that watch this program on a regular basis. I want to hear your voices too, because who is the president and who is the vice president, especially vice president, is going to have a major impact. I mean, do you want Kamala Harris to go out to these countries again, to screw up again in every nation that she has ever spoken to? Or would you rather see Carrie Lake do it? Would you rather see Tim Scott going over to Taiwan? Would you rather see Carrie Lake speaking to President Yoon in South Korea? Would you rather see, I don't know, Vivek Ramaswamy going over to Germany to talk with their prime minister, or over to Rishi Sunak in the United Kingdom? Who do you want to see go into Israel and talk with Netanyahu again? I don't want to see Kamala Harris there. Not anywhere in the world. I don't want to see her talk to Mexico. I don't want to see her talk to anyone. So the question is who? I don't know. Maybe it's Carrie Lake. A lot of people like Carrie Lake. But Vivek, I don't know. I see him as a cabinet member. He needs experience. That's my opinion of it. But I think I was going to go and mention, or I meant to segue somewhat into the fact that we know while this debate was happening and while everyone was trying to figure out who's in second place, who's going to be the vice president or a member of the cabinet, even as Fox News was screwing up the entire event, hiding it from the public, changing the questions every two people would answer a question, changing the question, trying their desperate, the best they possibly could to not embarrass any Republican on the stage, but yet to ask them somewhat relevant questions and hiding some of the questions they should be asking. I really have a problem with what Fox did. They didn't do a good debate. Bret Baier is better than the debate that happened. But in the meantime, Tucker Carlson was talking with Donald Trump at the same exact time. And this is old. The estimates are somewhere between 150 to 250 million people have seen, or the interview has been seen at least somewhere between 150 and 250 million times. That crushes, again, 13 million for the Republicans. And just to put it into perspective, the very best that Joe Biden has ever done, the best viewership for Joe Biden up to date, bar none, he has never had more people view him than during the second State of the Union, when 38 million people watched Joe Biden do the second State of the Union. He's never had more viewers than that. Nowhere. That is 1/5, at the minimum, 1/5 the number of people who watched Donald Trump. And we're told that Joe Biden is somehow more popular than Donald Trump. We're told that Democrats think that Joe Biden's going to win, when nobody wants to watch Joe Biden. No one is listening to Joe Biden. No one has confidence in Joe Biden. The biggest argument about Joe Biden is whether or not he has dementia. And we're told that he's going to beat Donald Trump, who has 200 million views for a 46-minute video. It broke the internet. Nothing on TV did better. Donald Trump did so well that he had more people watch his interview with Tucker Carlson than saw the Barbie movie. There are more people who watched Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump talk politics than went out and saw Guardians of the Galaxy. There were more. You can take the bottom 5 movies of 2023, all of them, combine the number of views. That's Ant-Man and the Wasp. That's all the other movies that came out so far this year. Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtles. Put them all together, and that doesn't equal how many people went and watched a political event. You know, the very same people that say, I don't watch politics, watch Donald Trump talk with Tucker Carlson. And we're supposed to believe that when more people are watching Donald Trump than going to see Barbie or Guardians of Galaxy 3, which is purely entertainment, or supposed to be what they call entertainment these days, that Donald Trump gets more views than any of that, and we're supposed to think that Joe Biden's going to win? That's what the media wants to tell us? That's what they're desperate to make us believe? Does anyone believe that? I don't think anyone believes that. I don't think anyone should believe that, because it's just absolutely insane. It doesn't make any bloody sense. All right. Hang on. We've been on for about 2.5. I'm going to be... Give me 1 minute, folks. Okay? Give me a minute, and I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to play this real quick, and I'll be right back.
To this, you're a sports enthusiast who loves to stay informed. You want insights, not just sound bites. Welcome to No Soundbites Allowed, your go-to destination for conservative Republican political commentary. We dig deep, beyond the headlines, beyond the noise, offering you a unique perspective on issues that matter. We don't do shallow, we do comprehensive, we do enlightening. We believe in the power of informed opinion. We champion the voice of the people. We're not about quick clips. We're about meaningful discourse. Discover the world of politics without the sound bites. Tune into No Soundbites Allowed, because you deserve more than just a bite. Experience the difference today. Dive into the deep end of political commentary with No Soundbites Allowed. Submerge yourself in substance. Welcome to No Soundbites Allowed.
Okay. Sorry for the delay there, folks. I just had to step up and get a glass of water here. So, thank you for bearing with me on that. I mean, it's been 2.5, almost getting close to 3 hours of conversation nonstop. So my throat gets a little dry. Sorry. But let's, and I have to say, I actually thought this segment would take much longer. I really thought more people would have comments about who won the election. No, excuse me, who won the debate. I thought I'd hear more people talking about Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump, and whether they thought that was better or worse than the Republican debate. But I think that's pretty much moot at this point. I think everyone agrees that Donald Trump had a far better interview, and it explains. He was 100% correct. He doesn't need the Republican GOP debate to get. He doesn't need it for popularity. He doesn't need it for fundraising. There was no one on the stage that could compete with him. He has no real challenger, and everyone is absolutely adamant that it's going to be Trump in 2024. And the fact that Democrats keep trying to arrest him so that they can convince their base, the progressives, that accusation equals guilt. Yeah, but everyone who believes that was never going to vote for Trump anyway. All the progressives that believe that accusation equals guilt, everyone who's been convinced of that under Me Too, none of them were going to vote for Donald Trump anyway. They're not going to vote for any Republican ever. So it doesn't matter. They're not changing anyone's point of view. And the fact that they're showing the mugshot all across the internet and going, oh my God, he's so evil. Look at that. Look at that. He looks determined. He looks evil. It's a good mugshot. It's a bad mugshot. It's a mugshot. It means he must be guilty. We've heard all of these comments I don't think any of them are accurate, and I don't think any of them matter. Because everyone knew Trump has had, what, 3, 4 indictments before he got on Tucker Carlson and had the interview and still got 200 million people to watch, or 200 million views. Can't say it's 200 million people. I don't know how many times the people watched the interview, but 200 million views. And they knew that Trump had been indicted 4 times. They knew he was going to get arrested in Georgia. The mugshot didn't suddenly wake them up and go, oh my God, there's a problem there. No, no one cares. No one cares. The only people who care are the Democratic Party and the diehard Democrats who are never going to vote for Trump anyway. No one else cares. They're not convincing anyone at this point. This election is over. Mike Bowie mentions Tucker asked better questions. Well, yeah, because Tucker wasn't trying to change the questions to match the candidate. Tucker wasn't trying to protect a bunch of weak Republicans from getting lambasted. And yet, Chris Christie got lambasted anyway. Mike Pence got lambasted anyway. Asa Hutchinson, same thing. So, Fox News was trying to turn people's attention. They were trying to get people onto the anti-Trump boat. They were trying to turn the audience away from the people who do support Trump, which is Nikki Haley and Tim Scott and Vivek Ramaswamy. They were trying to get everyone to move away from those guys, and Ron Burgum as well, trying to get those 4 out of people's attention and trying to get the other 4 into people's attention, but no one cares about the 4 that Fox News wanted to promote. No one cared. So, Tucker wasn't trying to play to the base. He wasn't trying to play to the political party. He didn't have an allegiance to try and prop up. I mean, that's the reason why he was talking to Ice Cube the other, 2 weeks ago, a month ago. He was talking with Ice Cube, and Ice Cube was being honest about how the Biden-Harris administration threw him under a bus. How the Democratic Party threw him under a bus. Gave him the promise that they were going to have a conversation with him, try and help black people go through some of his plans, and they threw him under a bus, never listened to a word he had to say. Said he didn't care. Then told him to get a jab, which Ice Cube said, no, not getting the jab. Why? Because it's experimental. Don't know what it is. I don't want to put drugs I don't know what they are into my body. That's what Ice Cube said. I'm paraphrasing. And of course, what did the media do? Did they tell you about that interview with Tucker Carlson? Did they promote that? No. They don't want black people to know that someone has an independent thought. They don't want people to think that Ice Cube is kind of like Larry Elder, is kind of like all black people in America. They have independent views. They're not monolithic. It's not like buying Nikes or a pair of jeans, that they're going to do what they want to do. They're going to vote the way they want to vote, not the way they are told to vote. That you can't buy their votes like you buy vodka. It's not going to be the same. So, I'm not surprised Tucker asked better questions. He has less to be afraid of. He doesn't have to be, his allegiance isn't on test, isn't being tasked with tests, and that's not where his money's coming from. Not anymore. So I expected him to have better questions. Questions that, quite honestly, everyone already really knows the answers. We've seen what Trump would do. He has a record now. You can say, oh, Trump's not really a Republican. He's not. But we know what he will do. He is a conservative. He does support conservative policies. More than not. He's not perfect. He's not a Republican. He's more conservative, if anything. And he does lean left on a few social issues. That's Donald Trump. Okay. And still better than every Democrat that's trying to run. Let's be honest with each other. This election was over before the 2020 election was over. And I think that we're going to see this election fortified just like 2020 was. Again, I'm not telling you that the 2020 election was fortified. Newsweek did. Newsweek told you that all of the politicians, the social media, the tech giants worked together to fortify the 2020 election. Hang on one second, folks. I'm getting calls. Well, not calls. Notifications. So I think that's really interesting. But be that as it may. So I really thought there would be more on that. But talking about things that we have already gone through and are already decided, that we already know the answer to. We already know. We've seen, 2.5 years now of what it is to have Biden. It's called Bidenomics. It's called inflation. It's called layoffs. It's called a rogue nations. We're seeing a world at risk of war. Constant, real war. Not like the 5 times they promised us that President Trump was going to bring us into World War III. Didn't happen. Never got even close. But look at what's going on right now. New wars that the United States is directly tied into, and they're getting worse. Yeah, we know the difference between a Biden and a Trump on their records, what they have accomplished. And no matter how much they try and make you feel happy, good about, rainbows and unicorns, about Joe Biden, the Kamala Harris, their policies, the fact is you're worse off today than you were 4 years ago. That is a fact. That's just a fact for 90% of America. No matter what kind of American you are, your life was better 4 years ago. That's just it. But Democrats like to remember things different than everyone else remembers things. That's why they're trying to bring back the mask mandates. Another blast from the past. They want you to go back in time and vote for Joe Biden again, and they want you to do it while wearing a mask, and preferably through a mail-in ballot. You don't have to show up in person. Trust us. We'll count it for you. Wink, wink. Don't worry. They'll make sure those ballots get to the right place. By the way, do you remember that in the 2020 election in Pennsylvania, there was a mail truck full of ballots found on the side of the road a week after the election? Apparently, a mailman in Pennsylvania just threw out all the ballots on the side of the road. I don't know who they were for. I don't know if they were for Trump or for Biden. I'm not saying, because I don't remember the story. I don't believe the news media said who the ballots were for. Just that mysteriously, certain ballots, a whole bunch of ballots, a mail truck full of ballots were thrown onto the side of the road. Yes, so we can trust Democrats to make sure all the ballots, all those mail-in ballots, yeah, they'll get somewhere. Someone might count them. But just like with that blast from the past, now we're getting mask mandates are coming back. Mind you, they're coming back where? Boston, California, New York City. Oh, wait a minute. You mean in all the progressive cities and states? Everywhere that progressives, the bluer than bluer people, the people who are doing everything that they're told, that obey blindly, like accusation equals guilt, those people are being told, put on a mask again. Put on a mask. And the thing that gets me about the mask mandates this time round is we already know that they don't work. We know this. And here's, New York State. New York hospital reinstates mask mandate. That's August 17th. They're all bringing them back. Mask mandate. You gotta have a mask on. Please make sure you have a mask on. Except, do you remember? It was this year, February of this year. We had studies. We've had studies since 2020. The masks don't work. We know this. It's not a question. This is the Cochrane database of systemic reviews. This is one of over a dozen reports done in the United States, including in UCLA, the WHO, World Health Organization. They've all done the review. They told us for years, it doesn't matter if you wear one mask or if you wear two masks or if you have three masks on. Remember that one? Fauci was saying, yeah, you can wear three masks. Three masks will do it. Just keep putting on masks. Just masks all over the place. Doesn't work. Does not improve. There is no statistical evidence that wearing a mask will protect you at all. In fact, there is evidence that wearing a mask may make you sick. Not with the pandemic, but from other viruses that are caught in that mask and you're breathing it in all day long. But they're back. Who cares that we have proven definitively and repeatedly that it doesn't work? Do it anyway. Aren't you afraid? You should be terrified. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do what you are told. Wear that mask. Be afraid. Mail in your ballot. Don't go around other people. Don't talk to people about what you think about. Don't speak to them in person. Stay as far away as you possibly can because people are dangerous and they might actually tell you something and you may find out information that could change your vote. So stay away from people. Wear a mask so no one can understand. If you have to speak to them, they won't understand you. And mail in your ballot and just trust the Democrats. Just trust them because they're looking out for you by making you wear a mask that might make you sick, but definitely will not protect you from the pandemic. Am I wrong? No. I know the censors on YouTube, the censors on Facebook, the censors on Twitter, and all the other social media. I know that they're going to say, oh, you're right on the line there, Mike. You can't really say. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm quoting scientific studies. For all those Democrats, those progressives out there that love to say, well, you got to follow the science. Well, the science, the studies have told us it doesn't work. I am following the science. I'm quoting the science. I'm quoting UCLA. No statistical benefit. That's UCLA. Oh, but it's not that science I'm supposed to follow, right? I'm not supposed to follow the science that doesn't help them win an election. I'm not supposed to follow the science that's supposed to gives them power. I see. You're just supposed to obey. You're supposed to be a peasant or serf and just, the politician said so. Because Kamala Harris, because Joe Biden said, you should wear a mask. They're not doctors. They don't know what they're talking about. And Dr. Fauci, he doesn't care. He's the guy who helped make it, theoretically, potentially. We know he funded gain of, I know the research. What's that term? It's gain of, it allows the virus to be able to be transferred. Gain of function, that's it. Gain of function research was funded by Dr. Fauci. We know this. That's a fact. It's not a question. He did it. So what are we doing here? Yes. Thank you, Mike Boy. Yes, I see it's function. So it's really incredible. And by the way, you hear in the background, that's my puppy. I don't know what he's doing right now. But so we know that. That's a fact. And the censors, they hate when we talk about these things. That's why this channel is suppressed. By the way, if you have been listening this long, please do me a favor. Like, share, subscribe. That's it. Where is it? There it is. Like, share, subscribe. That's all we ever ask. Help us to reach more people, to have this conversation, to hear your comments, like Lynn, like Mike Bowie, like John Cordisco, like Jason and Bang and Graham, to have your thoughts told to us, to leave your comments in after the show is live, to leave your comments or to make comments on Rumble or any of the other social media to tell us what you think about these things. It's important. It matters. To make sure you're well informed, to know things like the fact that New York State is charging single people more money even in an economic downturn when they can't afford it. The fact that they're bringing back mask mandates even though we have seen the science tell us that masks don't work. Even though we have been watching consistently as we have seen the government be less and less effective, and we're told to just accept it. Please, if you like and listen to this show, share it with others, like and share, most of all, subscribe. And I know it's a recession right now. We told you that back in August of 22, a year ago. We told you we're in a recession. We warned you about the global food crisis well over a year ago. We understand money is tight. Tight for you, tight for us. But if you can, please go to our Patreon. Spend $1.50 a month. We'll give you at least as much good content as you can find on YouTube, or on Netflix and Hulu, Disney Plus combined. You gotta say, the live stream with me, way better than Ahsoka. You gotta admit, it's better to watch. You'll have more fun and be more interested in listening to this conversation, this live stream, from being involved in this than Ahsoka will ever make you. You can watch 15 minutes of people walking down hallways with Ahsoka and spend, how much is it? Disney just raised their prices. What are they charging now? $12.95 a month? $12.95 a month, I believe it is, for Disney Plus, so you can watch women walk down hallways. No sound, no conversation. They're just walking down hallways. And you can pay $12 a month for that. Or you can spend $1.50 a month and actually have a conversation with me. And I think I am at least as interesting as Ahsoka walking down the hallway. Sabine walking down a hallway. I'm at least Sabine staring at a ball. I think I'm at least as interesting as that. So that's worth $1.50 or a like or a share or maybe a subscription. It's up to you. You get to decide though, folks. I'm not telling you not to spend $12, $15, $25 on Disney Plus. I'm not telling you not to spend $10 on Hulu or Netflix. You can. Absolutely. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. You can do that. Or you can spend $1.50 on me. That's fine. Or you can just give me a like and a share. I'm happy no matter what you do because you're my audience. I'm just asking you to do something. Like, share, subscribe, do something. All right. So let's see. We've talked a bit about Trump. We've talked a bit about Vivek and Tim Scott and Carrie Lake. And I think we need to do more conversation about Carrie Lake. I really do. I think that's important going forward. We've talked a little bit about what's happening internationally, about the food crisis and the fact that it's about to get worse for 2025. That you have to be prepared for that. Not just the recession. And even though I'm in a first world nation, I'm talking to you in America. And Americans, stores won't be empty all the time, but it's going to be more expensive. And in the UK, you're not going to instantly have food riots across the UK, but it's going to be more expensive. And in the EU and in Canada, in most of the major nations of the world, food's going to be much more expensive. We've been talking about that. And now we're talking about the mask mandates. And I have to say, again, the news media doesn't want to let you know about this. They're hiding this from you. They wanted you to talk and get upset about Trump, to argue about whether or not his mugshot was a good thing or a bad thing. What they didn't want you to have to discuss is, oh, and by the way, they're going to make you wear a mask again. They didn't want you to think about you might be locked down. I heard about that. Did you hear about that, folks? Did you hear about the fact there are some sources, Alex Jones, let's be honest, Alex Jones, I mean, my channel's already going to be suppressed anyway, so screw it. Alex Jones has said that he thinks the lockdowns are coming back this winter. Now, I find that interesting. I don't think that Joe Biden is so desperate, so terrified, that he's going to go back and try and bring back the lockdowns. I don't think that the average Democrat progressive is so blind to the abuse and misuse of our funding, the damage. The lockdowns did more damage than the pandemic did. More people died around the world because of the lockdowns than died from the pandemic itself. And by the way, the population of the world still increased to 8 billion people. We increased to 8 billion people in the middle of the pandemic. So it wasn't quite as deadly as we were told it was. The fear never equated to the reality. Never. But now they want us to go back into the mask, which I think has to do with the election. Joe Biden's doing bad. He's tied dead even, neck and neck with Donald Trump. No one cares that Donald Trump has been arrested. No one cares that he has a mugshot. No one cares about the indictments because it's all trumped up. It's all political. We know this. It's a farce. It's about politics. We all know it. Even Democrats. No one cares. This is not news. So they need some way to motivate people, to motivate Democrats, to keep people away from the election, but to vote in a certain manner that can be fortified, like Newsweek told us about last time, to help us, to let those tech giants help fortify the elections again, just like the news media did last time. And that's why I think you're seeing the mask mandates come back. But the lockdowns, I think too many governments went crazy. They went bat dung crazy. Here in the United States, what happened? We locked everyone down so long that they turned around, and what did we see? Everyone decided that they were going to have the riots. We were so crazy, so pissed off, so desperate to get outside of our homes that a convicted, violent, drug-addicted felon named George Floyd was the reason people decided to burn down Minneapolis. That's what the lockdowns did in America. That's how screwed up people got. That there are people to this day who believe that George Floyd, the drug-addicted, violent felon, was a saint. They draw murals of him and they want statues of him. A drug-addicted, violent felon that would have killed you as much as he would look at you in his lifetime. He's a saint. You know why? Lockdown. And that increased the amount of crime to this day. There is more crime today than there was in 2019. It's because of the lockdowns. There are more people who are starving today than in 2019. It's because of the lockdowns. We have more people die from the lockdowns than from the pandemic itself. And I don't think the governments of the world want to make that mistake again. They don't want those kind of riots again. They don't want that kind of loss of control, that kind of violence that comes from that. I don't think they want that. I don't think they're that desperate yet. Now, I don't know, maybe on Rumble, maybe on Twitter, maybe on Facebook or YouTube, maybe people think I'm wrong. You tell me. Matter of fact, let me type it out. Let me type that out for everyone. Where is it? There it is. Well, let me get rid of the cap lock first. Here we go. So, my question to the audience is, how likely do you think lockdowns would be this time? Do you think lockdowns this time, with everything we know that lockdowns do, everything that comes from lockdowns, do you think this time lockdowns would cause more crime? Do you think it would cause more riots? Do you think it would cause more people to die? Or do you think that we learned the lessons from 2020 and there would be less? I honestly think there would be more. I think that what we learned from Dr. Fauci, from following the science, from the lockdowns, from the defund the police, I think we learned there's going to be more crime. There's going to be more people starving around the world. There will be more riots for food and for politics. There will be more division amongst people. You'll see more people be blamed. You'll see all of the race baiters out there will say, well, no, it's about black people. We got to protect black people because black people are going to be affected more than anyone else when they get affected exactly the same as pretty much everyone else. You know, masks didn't protect black people any more than they protected anyone else. That's a fact. I think they know that if they were to do it again, it wouldn't be the Great Reset like Justin Trudeau said up in Canada. We're not going to have a Great Reset. No, we would have a complete insanity around the world. And I think you would see that lead to wars. Not like the wars with China, not like the war with Russia and Ukraine. I mean wars within countries for control. I think you would see more wars with people saying they're fed up with the governments as they are. This would be the reset in a way that they never considered a reset. I think this would be an uprising of the public saying our leaders, our elected officials have failed too much. I think that would be the tipping point that could lead to a second civil war. And I know, me and Tim Pool talk about civil war a whole lot. I've been talking about the potential of a second civil war since 2017, when I first heard it coming back up, that it was circulating amongst people on social media, that it's a fear people have been having since the Obama administration, because we've seen this division of people by race, that the race baiting, race card, critical race theory, intersectional politics, gender identity politics have been dividing people because of the emphasis on equity like DEI that has not made things better. It's made it all worse. It has created more division because equity is the exact opposite of equality. Equity creates more and more division. It is constantly pitting people against other people. It is equating people as categories and having those categories compete for the most political gain. It is evil. Equity is bad. It's not just socialist, it's evil. It hurts people. It is the antithesis of equality. Let me be clear about that. It is the antithesis of equality. And I don't think the world can deal with that again. I don't think the world would deal with that again. Hot Chick says, are you still smoking? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I just can't do it in the new studio very often. Actually, I wasn't supposed to do it in the new studio at all. So I'm probably in trouble when I get caught. When I get out of this live, I'll probably be in trouble because in the new studio, I'm not supposed to do that. Don't tell on me, folks. Well, you already did, actually. Hot Chicks, you actually blew up my spot and told on me, so. But it was live. People watching the show saw it anyway, so. That being said, I think we're not going to see lockdowns. I think Alex Jones is wrong in that while we may see the mask mandate come back, we've heard from him and other sources as well, but I think Alex Jones is the one that everyone in the news media is focusing on. Because, Alex Jones, he's such a crazy guy. He said there were UFOs, and the government just announced that there are UFOs, and they released the UFO files. Alex Jones is so crazy because he's talking about the frogs that change their sexes. And there's actually scientific evidence about frogs changing their sexes. Because Alex Jones has been right about 70% of the time. He says things in a very odd way, but he's been right about 70% of the time. Alex Jones is more right than I am, and I've been right a hell of a lot on this program. I just don't have his popularity. But I guarantee you, if they heard us, they'd be like, oh my God, how could you say it like that? But it's true. It's correct. And he's the one who's saying right now, most loudly, he's the loudest voice saying this, that the TSA has already gotten orders that they are already preparing. They are among the many businesses and the many parts of our country, like in Boston, New York, California, Illinois, that are all trying to bring back the mask mandates. And some fear the lockdowns to go with them because it protects in Boston, in New York, in Chicago, in all of California. That protects the Democrats. Because I can tell you from my personal experience, 2020 was a horrible year because as a candidate, because I was a candidate for county legislator. I was running for the county legislator in Broome County, and you couldn't go door to door. As a Republican going up against an incumbent Democrat, Bob Wessler, who I also know, and I know Bob personally. He's not an evil man. I know Bob, but I don't agree with his politics. And Bob's incumbent because he's popular, because Bob's family was popular. Bob's dad was a cop. Even though Bob, according to his Facebook page, believes in defunding the police, and his constituents don't. And he hid that from the public. But you couldn't have conversations in 2020. You couldn't knock on doors and talk to the public one-on-one because everyone was afraid of opening their door. Because many of the Democrats were afraid to get the pandemic, and most of the time you had to wear a mask. So even if someone did open their door and have a conversation with you, you were talking through a mask, they were talking through a mask, you could barely understand each other. which doesn't make it easy to challenge an incumbent. And of course, Boston, New York, California, Chicago, all the bluer than blue strongholds, they all have Democratic incumbents. So if they bring back the mask, well, people aren't going to open up their doors. The incumbents will get a boost. They'll go from 88% of incumbents get reelected. This is for Congress. 88% of the people in Congress get reelected every year, no matter what. Eric Swalwell slept with a Chinese communist spy. We know that. The FBI said so. He was compromised. Dianne Feinstein employed a Chinese spy, her driver, for 20 years. We know that. The FBI confirmed it. It is a fact. They get reelected every year. Every year. And now they're going to make it even harder? Yes, they will. I truly believe it. I truly believe it. I think they would do this. I don't think they'll go to the lockdowns. I don't think they'll go with lockdowns because I think they know that would cause a second civil war. That would cause riots around the world. There would be more people starving and dying, especially since we are already in a global food crisis. There's already 30% less food in the world. It may go up to as much as 40, maybe 50% less food in the world if the Ukraine does as they are promising they're going to do for 2024, that they're going to grow less food. We could be as much as 40, 50% less food in the world. And at the same time that we have less food in the world, to have a lockdown again, you're going to have riots. It's not just going to be in Sri Lanka. It's not just going to be in Peru. You're going to see riots. If that's the scenario, you'll see riots in Germany. You'll see riots in the Netherlands, in Sweden, in Italy. You're going to see it in the first and second world countries. They're going to be rioting. I truly believe that. Now, my audience, guys, hot chicks, Mike Bowie, Lynn, Graham, Jason, John, I don't know, and everyone else, Bellin, Democrat Mike, everybody who watches the show, maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you think, hey, Mike, that's just a bridge too far. Maybe. But I think it's realistic. I think it would be too far. But the mask mandate gets the same effect as the lockdown does. It makes sure that incumbents get reelected. Democrats protect themselves. They'll protect themselves in Congress. And they will be fortifying. That's the word they use. That's the word that Newsweek used. This is the news media's word. They will fortify Joe Biden by limiting the number of people who will go out and vote. That's what I believe. Now, I might get canceled from YouTube for saying that, but I think it's realistic. And I think you deserve to know that. To actually consider that. To think, because do we think Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, Josh Riley, do you think they would try and rig, well, I can't call it rig, that they would try to fortify the election like they did last time? Hell yes, they would. It means they get to keep their jobs. They get to keep power. I absolutely think that the Democrats would be more than happy to allow every single Republican that is in elected office today to remain in elected office as long as they get to keep the power that they have right now. They would trade off and allow Republicans to maintain the control over the House while they would keep the power in the Senate and in the White House. They would make that trade every day. And a mask mandate is easy to ask for that. And they don't care about the economy because the economy is already failing. Bidenomics has failed. The Inflation Reduction Act increased inflation. That is a fact. That is an empirical fact. That is Again, this is an AOC. I'm not Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I don't care what your feelings are. It's the fact that there is more inflation today than before the Inflation Reduction Act. It is a fact that Bidenomics is hurting the American people and people around the world as a consequence. That is factual. That is empirical. That's what the data is telling us. And no matter how they want to spin it, that fact is not changing. So I definitely think they would do this. Now, you can tell me, but Mike, that may be a fact, but I think the consequences will be different. Fantastic. How? How do you get to a different conclusion based on the facts that we see? Is there anyone that believes that if they bring back mask mandates just in time for the next election, which is 2024, that it's not going to help the incumbents, which happen to be Democrats in the Senate? It's not going to help the incumbency of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Do you think that's not going to help them? Do you think the Democrats who have been told, the American people who have been told, be terrified, don't open your door, wear a mask everywhere, don't touch and go around other people, try not to go to work, stay home. Do you think the people who were trained to do that from 2020 up until today, being told wear a mask again because the pandemic is back, do you really think those people are going to be like, well, I need to go outside and vote though. I should really be involved and vote? No, I don't think so. I think it's evil that this is happening. I really do. I think it's evil. And speaking of things that are evil and stupid and make no sense whatsoever, of things that are really, really bad for America, did you hear about this, folks? This is the Biden-Harris administration's illegal immigration policy. This is their policy. Open up the wall, and more than just open the doors, they actually welded the doors open. Did you hear about this? This is the immigration policy of the Biden-Harris administration. This is when you hear Democrats tell you the border's not open. The wall has just been opened. That's all. They just welded the doors open. The floodgates literally are open. The floodgates are literally welded open. And 47,000, about double the number of illegal aliens entering into Arizona, are walking through right now. According to articles, including the New York Post, and covering this news, they have 3 border agents trying to cover stretches about 36 miles wide. 3 border agents trying to stop thousands, hundreds, if not thousands of illegal aliens trying to enter into America at a time. Think about that. There are coyotes, the illegal drug cartels of Mexico, that have decided human trafficking, human slavery, is one of the most profitable things. They are moving human slaves, child slaves, sex slaves. They are shipping them through Arizona because the Biden-Harris administration opened the gates and welded them open, and they're trying to tell you that they didn't invite the illegal aliens in. How do you not make that an invitation? By the way, where are these people coming from? I stand corrected. 42,561 illegal aliens. Think about that. 42,561 versus 27,000. So it's just under 2 to 1. I stand corrected. It's not double, it's just under double. So I want to be factually correct here. I misremembered the numbers slightly. But the illegal aliens, and I think it's at the end of the article here. Yep. The second to last paragraph. This is important. Buried in the article, in the second to last paragraph, they have a one-sentence paragraph, which meant they cut this out. The reason why it's a one-sentence paragraph, the editor cut this sentence out of a different paragraph in the article and dropped it here. That's why it's a one sentence, because they took it out of context. It was in a different part of the article, probably closer to where they were talking about the number of illegal aliens that were entering into the United States, which makes sense to talk about it there, or maybe at the very beginning of the article, telling us where these illegal aliens are coming from. They took that sentence out and they dropped it at the bottom of the article, hoping you would never read it, because they want to protect the Democrats. They're protecting the Democrats by hiding from you. And where are they coming from? India, Egypt, and China. They're not from South America. They're not coming from Venezuela. They're not coming from Honduras. These are people who are coming from India, China, and Egypt. Think about that. That's scary. And you can't tell me that you're coming from India or you're coming from Egypt or even China. You can't say you're entering the United States from China and you couldn't run into any other nation first. You're not a refugee. There are dozens upon dozens of countries you would hit first before you hit America, coming from Egypt, India, or China. America is not the first nation you would hit. It's not possible. You'd have to hit other nations first. They're not refugees. No, these are people who are coming to America because Biden opened up the door and propped it open so that no one could possibly stop them, so that they could overwhelm the system, so that people will have other problems that the Democrats have to fix. Oh my God, there's so many illegal aliens. We have to get them health care. Well, then that means everyone gets single-payer health care. That's the answer. No, it's not. It doesn't work for anyone. That's not why. Does it make sense, folks? I mean, honestly. I'm trying to explain this as clear as I can. Does it make sense? Can you see the problem with this? Can you see how this is so frustrating? At least I feel it's frustrating. And you're being told to your face, these politicians are looking at you, and they're telling you to your face, no, you just don't understand. You just don't get it. It's not a problem. We don't have an open border. It's not a porous border. No. We have control. That's why almost 2 times as many people are illegally entering into Arizona than ever before. And they aren't refugees. They're coming on purpose because they know they can get through. Oh, yes. As we always put in there, please do like, share, subscribe. If you can, PayPal. PayPal or the Patreon. But I think it's pretty straightforward. I think we're showing you the evidence and making it clear, which is one of the reasons why this channel gets suppressed on a regular basis. It's one of the reasons why they want to ostracize us, and they want to ostracize you. This is about punishing you. You're not supposed to have this conversation. You're supposed to have a mask, sitting in your house all by yourself, ordering things online, and praying that the government will take care of you. That the government is going to give you something to eat, and they will. They'll give you ground up bugs. They will give you bugs. They'll give you a check, the UBI, universal, what is it? Universal basic income. Andrew Yang's idea. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, their idea. They will give you a check that every time they print that check, it is worth less and less every time they give it to you because of the inflation they are creating. And they'll give you a bunch of bugs, tell you to eat that, to sit down, be quiet, and treat you like a 5-year-old. And you're supposed to vote for that. I don't know. I can't do it. I can't do that. And by the way, every time I tell people, there's inflation. This is the chart. This is the chart that proves this. You don't have to believe me. There it is. You can go to the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and you can ask them yourself, look at the inflation, and this is the chart. That's how the chart moves. Up and up and up. You don't have to believe me. The evidence is out there. The links will be in the description after we're done. But they're showing you the inflation is going, and their answer is, no problem. We'll just have the unions increase their prices. Unions are just going to get paid more. You work at a union, fantastic. You're going to get more money. Unions have to get more money. Get the unions more money. You know who pays for that? You do. As inflation is going up and up and up, the answer to inflation, which is up and up and up. So the answer to the inflation that is increasing before our eyes, according to the Democrats, is okay, well, then we're going to go out there and we're going to get, there it is. The unions are going to get more money. And you, as inflation is eating away all of your savings, it's eating away your investments. It's cutting away the money that you need to pay for your bills and to pay for your food. And now they're going to raise your prices. Every time the unions charge more, you pay more. And the Democrats are saying, hey, this is a great idea. Fantastic. Everyone needs to be in a union. We just need to increase the prices. And don't worry, we'll just print more money. It doesn't make sense. But don't worry, because Silicon Valley, the tech giants, they're doing fantastic. They just bought 55,000 acres of farmland. I don't know if people saw this. 55,000 acres of farmland. They're building a utopian city, $800 million. They're building a place where you can't get in. They're building a city for them and their friends and their utopia, and you aren't allowed in there. They're not building this to let, if you're in the Bronx, you're not getting there. You live in Queens, you're not getting over to this wonderful utopia. They're not asking the poor people of Kansas or Idaho. They're not going to let the people in Texas or Missouri to go into this utopia. No, this is for the elites. These are for the elites and their friends and family. They get to live in utopia with 55,000 miles of farmland. Yeah, they get to have a wonderful utopia life. You get crap. You get inflation. You get to pay for the unions charging more and more and more while no one can afford it. You get to live with all of that. I think that sucks. And it shows you where the priorities are. I truly believe it's showing you exactly where the priorities are. And none of those priorities are with you. Not one of these priorities are with you. Now, 60 years ago to the day, Martin Luther King had a dream. 60 years ago today, Martin Luther King had a dream. And Martin Luther King's dream came true in 1985, 1986, 1987, 1990, Martin Luther King's dream was real. The Cosby Show was on TV. Different World was on TV. Moesha was on TV. We had black actors in entertainment. They were getting attention. We had 5 different forms of rap music, including political commentary in our music. The black culture was making millionaires. We had more people had grown up understanding the evil of segregation. We had more business owners that were black and minorities. The public were doing better. Unemployment was relatively low. Inflation was reducing. The world was a better, safer place. And then 1990s, Democrats said, hey, you know what? Racial equity, social justice, social warriors, woke. They started that in the 90s. They started that. They started reminding people, but but you're black. I know. We have more hiring and affirmative action worked for a while, and we got more black businesses out there. We even have more black homeowners out there. We changed the whole landscape of America in one generation. But that's not enough. It's still not fair. In one generation, we went from the KKK existing to being virtually non-existent. In one generation, we went from virtually no one, virtually everyone in Congress being white, to a Congress that was roughly about 10-15% mixed. Today, 25% of Congress is non-white, 27% is female. Those are pretty damn good numbers. We did that in a generation. In a generation, we turned around everything. And then the Democrats turned it all back. Because if you fix the problem, then you can't raise money on the problem. You can't be reelected to fix the problem. If there's a problem, you will be reelected forever. But if you fix the problem, you might not be. You may not get that fundraiser. People may not care as much because you did your job. If you're still doing your job, they'll keep you in office. But if you did it, well, then they'll get the next person to fix the next problem. And they don't want that. They always want to have the next problem. And that's why you now see critical race theory absolutely despises Dr. Martin Luther King. They don't believe in the dream. They believe in segregation. Because that's what we're doing now. Safe spaces. We've seen this. And how many times have we done articles around over the last 3, 4, 5 years that we've been doing articles talking about the safe spaces, about that the left in colleges and high schools are teaching kids to hate white people because they're intrinsically evil because of the color of their skin, because of implied and implicit racism that's subconscious. You don't even know it's there, but it's there, so you're just evil and you're bad. You don't even know it. How many years have we been talking about this? None of this is what Dr. Martin Luther King said. When he said he had a dream, we lived the dream. We were making the dream a reality. Within 20 years of the day that he died, literally, within 20 years of the death of Dr. Martin Luther King, we had changed the world. What was it? 40 years? Within 40 years of the death of Dr. Martin Luther King, we had a black president who won in landslide votes twice. We changed everything. And now we're changing it back. Critical race theory, 60 years after Dr. Martin Luther King, is destroying everything that we achieved. The Boondocks got it right when they did their video. What if Martin Luther King woke up? What if he survived and was in a coma and he woke up? It's one of the most popular episodes of the Boondocks. If you haven't seen that cartoon, that's a great one. Just type in Martin Luther King Boondocks. And you see him lose his mind because everything that he fought for, that we achieved decades ago, have been given up and reversed and thrown away for politics. The worst reason possible, the worst reason you could possibly think of, the least credible reason why we would give up on all the gains, all the success, all the unity that we had built up in the 80s, the 90s. Why did we get rid of all that? Politics. So Obama could win, so that Democrats could have a supermajority, so that Democrats could have an 88% re-election rate. And the world is burning because of it. Truly, the world is burning. Now again, as I always say, no matter how passionate I am, if you think I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to have that conversation. I'm happy to hear what you have to say about that if you think I'm wrong. If you think that we didn't start to achieve the very dream that Martin Luther King had all his life, no problem. Tell me why. Tell me how we didn't. Because I lived it. See, here's the funny thing. I'm old enough that when a teacher is telling a student, they're trying to tell these kids, oh, we never got there. I lived it. Yes, we did. It's crap. Don't try and tell kids things that I know better than that I lived through. Don't rewrite history. I don't know. I find it aggravating, folks. Because we're going backwards in time and we're destroying our nation as we do it. We're not getting stronger. We're not even staying just as strong as. We're getting weaker. We're destroying our foundations. We're tearing everything apart in the name of equity, which is implicitly and explicitly division. It just eternally, never-ending division and destruction. And then we wonder why things are screwed up. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I don't know. You guys tell me. We've been talking about Trump. We're talking about 2024. We're talking about the food crisis. We're talking about the mask mandates. We're talking about the potential of lockdowns. Does any of that sound like hopeful? Does any of that sound like uplifting? We're talking about illegal aliens breaking our laws rampantly, willfully, in massive numbers, and the government's helping them to do it. The Biden-Harris administration, the executive, the chief of the executive branch to enforce the laws, is the one who's actually mandating that the laws get broken. And they dare, Mayorkas dares to go in front of Congress, in front of the American people, and say, oh no, everything's under control, don't worry about it. What about those 140 terrorists running around America that might have entered America through the open door in Arizona that you welded open? Oh, don't worry about that. That's okay. Mayorkas. Yeah. Joe Biden doesn't want to talk about this. What's her name? Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary for President Biden. Yeah, she doesn't want to answer this. No, she didn't want to talk about it. Mayorkas doesn't want to talk about it. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris isn't going to talk about it because that's her job. Think about that. It's actually Kamala Harris's job to take care of the border. Kamala Harris, if no one else, Kamala Harris is the czar, is the illegal immigration czar. It's her job to try and cut down the now 7 million illegal aliens that have entered America, to deal with the 140 terrorists running around America right now. That is Kamala Harris's job. It was given to her on March 2021. The first week of March. This is her job. And her answer to the job is weld the door open and allow 47,000, nearly 2 times as many illegal aliens to enter America, which is increasing the amount of fentanyl in America, which is leading to drug overdoses. It is increasing the number of sex slaves and child slaves, otherwise known as human trafficking. That's increasing because of this. Inflation is going up because of this. There isn't anything that's being benefited. We have a comment from, hey, Vic. Hello, Vic. Thank you for watching the program. Vic's watching us with Facebook. Facebook. Vic says, we must weigh the consequences of our actions and realize doing nothing is losing. Revolution, whether peaceful or political, is coming. The left is the minority, except when you measure the bipartisan level of corruption. We must take back our country on all levels, from county to federal. Yeah, Vic, I agree with you. I agree 110%, Vic. Because he's right. I mean, yeah, the only thing that we can truly say is bipartisan about the current Biden-Harris administration is the level of corruption. We find corruption all over the place. It's kind of like in New York State. The corruption of New York State, we found it under the Andrew Cuomo. It didn't go away. Andrew Cuomo went away. Cuomo got kicked out. The corruption stayed. And that corruption is all around Kathy Hochul. But we just don't talk about it. We don't talk about the corruption that's affecting us right now, even as it's destroying America and enabling our enemies like China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia. I know that part of the show sounds like a broken record because every week we can show you another way that this is hurting you, how the politicians have failed you, and how they have enabled, yet again, countries that want to see you dead. And people realizing it. And here's the thing, I know there are tens of thousands of Americans. I know this. I see them on other YouTube channels. I see their comments on Facebook, on Twitter, on Rumble, on Odyssey, on BitChute. I see them making comments on Instagram, where the very same shorts that I do on YouTube that get 30 views, get 50,000 views on Instagram, which is not a political platform. There are tens of thousands of Americans. If you take away the filter that is suppressing people, you will hear the comments, the voices of the American people, and they are agreeing with Vic. They're agreeing with you, Vic. And they're saying, this is a problem, and we are going to surmount this problem. We are getting closer to critical mass. I had a great question was asked of me a couple of days ago. I think it may have been Jan. Jan, I believe, asked me the question, so if everything's getting so bad, and we're seeing riots around the rest of the world, why aren't there riots in America? Because we are seeing riots in other parts of the world. We're seeing that in the United Kingdom. We see that in Germany, in France. We're seeing it across Africa. These other nations are having these riots, but we're not seeing it in America. What's so different about America? Or is it just not that bad? And here's the answer to that question. And it's a two-part, well, it's a little complicated, but the essential answer is, in every other one of these countries, they're homogeneous, which means that they're all the same people with the same culture. See, everyone in Sweden is Swiss. The majority of people in France are French. The majority of people in any country in the world, the Laotians are from Laos. Koreans are from Korea. Hawaiians are found in Hawaii. You go around the world, Bolivians live in Bolivia. The people of the nation are indigenous and populous, and they are almost uniform. Yeah, there's 1 or 2% of people who are coming from other parts of the world, but 95% of the entire nation in every other nation are those same people, the same kind of color of skin, the same kind of religious background, the same kind of history, the same language. And so the thing that makes it very important is when you have everyone with the same kind of belief system, the same kind of understanding, when they get fed up, they all get fed up at the same time. And so they go out and riot because they all think the same. They have the same reasons to be fed up. Whether it's religious or political or economic, it doesn't matter. They're all going through the same thing at the same time in the same way. So their anger, their aggression is increasing altogether in the same way at the same time. And so they hit critical mass and they go out and riot. They try and overthrow their governments, whatever it may be, at the same time. Because they're all there together. The United States is insulated from that, both as a good thing and a bad thing. Because in the United States, we have people from everywhere. There is no uniformity in terms of we have different cultures, we have different religions, different backgrounds, different religious beliefs. We have everything that the world has. And everywhere else in the world, you go to Japan, people are pretty uniform. But you go to America, and we have little Japan in our cities, but we don't have a Japan mentality in any one city, any one state, and across the nation. Everyone doesn't think that way. So that's as simple as it gets. Because everyone's at different levels of frustration. Not that everyone isn't frustrated. We all are. When the economy is going up, when you can't pay your bills, when you can't feed your family, when you're being oppressed, you're being told to live as a prisoner in solitary confinement in your house with a mask, isolated from people, everyone's frustrated. That's not the question. Everyone's frustrated. Everyone knows that they've been lied to by the Biden administration. Whether it's about the economy and Bidenomics or abandoning 30,000 Americans, everyone's pissed off at some level to this Biden-Harris administration. They're pissed off about the corruption. And so, but it's different for different groups of people. If you happen to be coming from South Africa, you have a different level of anger about this than somebody who's coming from, Venezuela. You have a different amount of anger or expectation than somebody that's coming from Egypt, or somebody that's coming from Germany, or somebody that's coming from the Netherlands, or someone who was born in Queens, New York. They're all at different levels. They have different beliefs. They have different ways of relieving their stress. Some people are going to go out and get a beer. Some people are going to go out and get high because it's now legal. Matter of fact, a lot of people, especially in New York, especially in the Bronx, they get high constantly so that they don't have to deal with the pressure of how screwed up everything is and all the corruption. So you have people who are drinking, some people are taking drugs, whether it be opioids or heroin or Valium, whether it's prescribed or not. You've got people who are just going out, they're just losing their mind and they're committing murders. Like in Florida, just yesterday, in Jacksonville. You have different people and different types of people, different groups of people reacting in different ways across America. You got the trans shooter in Tennessee, but you got people in San Francisco screaming trans rights all day long. They're all getting frustrated at different rates, to different degrees, all at the same time. So it is very difficult for America to reach critical mass altogether. Instead, you get pockets. That's why there are autonomous zones in America. That's why you have autonomous zones like the Defenders of the Atlanta Forest, which is a small handful of about 20, 30 people from all over the world that came into Atlanta to attack the police and try and burn down Atlanta. You've got another one in California. You got 2 or 3 autonomous zones in California. You had one in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. You have these autonomous zones. They are all the same kind of thinking people, and that's their level. That's when they reach, when those progressives lose their minds, and there's enough of them in one spot, that's when you get an autonomous zone. But the rest of the state doesn't lose its mind. The rest of the country doesn't lose its mind. And that's why we haven't broken through, but it's coming. Jesse, hey, Jesse, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us, man. So, Jesse, in case you missed it, I was just trying to explain why we're seeing so many other parts of the world as things are getting more leaderless, as America is not leading the way, as we fail to be strong. We're seeing that the rest of the world is getting more and more chaotic, more and more corruption, more and more the rogue nations going crazy. And the reason why we don't see it as much here in the United States, even though people are talking about it, is because we have people from everywhere in the world. So everyone's at a different level. And some people are pissed off faster than other people. And we're seeing different ways to react to it. Some people, as I said, some people get drunk, some people get high, some on prescription drugs, some on illegal drugs. Some people burn down cities in autonomous zones. And some people have YouTube channels and run for elected office. Jesse says, attack your enemies when they are at their weakest. And that's what Biden has presented. Biden is the example. Yeah. And I agree with you, Jesse. I agree 100%. But the thing I think everyone is forgetting, and I think if we have lockdowns, if the mask mandates come back at a national level, if they try and reinstill fear into the American people, even though they have already told us the pandemic is going to be with us forever, because viruses don't go away. And the pandemic is going to be there forever. It's always going to mutate. And every year, like the flu, every year there's going to be another pandemic. It's always going to be there. It's never going to go away. And we will live with it like we live with the flu. But every year isn't Spanish flu levels. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. But every year, 10, 20,000 people die because of the flu. And we just live with it. That's the reality. We don't get the epidemics of the Spanish flu every year. It doesn't happen. And that's going to happen with the pandemic. But what we're going to see, if they try and use the fact that it's going to be with us for the rest of eternity, and they try and turn that into an opportunity to put people in cages in their homes with masks on their face again, and God forbid they even try and go so far as to lock down businesses again, to shut people down in solitary confinement, I think that will put everyone in the nation at the same level at the same time, and we will get an explosion. And this time, it won't be everyone deciding that, some violent, addicted, repeat criminal isn't going to be picked and said, oh, look at him, he's the saint, he's our new saint. That's not going to happen again. No, I think this time you see civil war. And I'm not saying that because Tim Pool says it a lot. I said it before. I've been talking about this since 2017, but I think that's what happens. You may disagree, folks, and that's okay. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me what you think. What am I missing in the analysis that leads you to a different place than what I'm describing? Because when I listen to the Democratic leaders, they don't have an answer. They'll tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. And then when you say, okay, explain it. You're saying I don't understand. Fantastic. What don't I understand? And they don't have an answer for you. They move on. Well, you just won't get it. And they go on. No, that's not an answer. You haven't convinced me. You haven't addressed the issue. You're sidestepping, you're running away. Which I'm not surprised because their leader, Joe Biden, ran away. So Jesse says, they are still after Trump, but really criminals are in the White House, yet no one goes after them. It's okay when they do it, as long as it's not Trump. It's appalling. Yeah. Well, God forbid drugs were ever found in or around or near the White House when the Trump administration was in place. God forbid any of Trump's kids were found anywhere near an illegal gun. But look at what's happening now. We know cocaine was found in the White House. We know it was found in an area the public doesn't go to. We know it was in an area that had high security restrictions. What we don't know is who brought the cocaine there. To this day, we still don't know that answer. In fact, we were told what the answer is. Stop asking about it. That was the answer we got. Stop talking about it. That's not an answer. That is not a responsible answer to the American people. That's dodging the issue. That's trying to protect someone politically. It is suspect in the worst way. As a kid, what is it the younger people say? Sus? That's completely sus? Yes, it is. And who is it pointing to? Hunter Biden, possibly Joe Biden, possibly Kamala, possibly one of their aides, someone who works for them. But definitely somebody there. Which again points out weakness. It points out corruption. It points out inefficiency, ineffectiveness. It shows that America is not at its best. And you can say, Trump, Trump, Trump. We didn't have this problem with Trump. No one was running around saying, hey, look, we found bags of cocaine in the White House under Trump. Never heard that. No one has ever accused any of Trump's kids of sleeping with underage hookers, nor has anyone ever accused any of Trump's kids running around with illegal guns. Just never happened. These are scandals we don't need. Whether they're distractions or legitimate, it doesn't matter. We haven't had them before. We get them under Biden. We never had them before. And that's the thing. Trump's supposed to be the evil devil, and everything devilish that's being done isn't being done by Trump. It's not being done by the people surrounding Trump. All of the issues they're telling us are all these deal breakers. They're the worst things that could possibly happen. And yet, standing right next to them is the person who is doing even worse. For every negative you want to tell me, and I'm not saying that Trump doesn't have negatives, he's a human being. Of course he does. But for every negative you can point out to Trump, I'm looking at the Biden-Harris administration and I'm watching their administration do 5 times worse. I'm seeing them lead the world into a worse situation than the guy they're telling me is supposed to be the devil. You're right, Jesse. It is completely bonkers. And that's what we've been talking about for the whole show. We've been highlighting this. And where I started the show, let me again bring it back to something that I think is incredibly important, which is, 2 things that I think are incredibly important. One, let me again say, for people who have didn't see where we started some 4 hours ago. For those who weren't with us at the beginning, public service announcement, there is going to be a global food crisis continuing and increasing in 2024 and 2025. We know this. It isn't a guess. It isn't a maybe. We have the evidence. This is coming from the Washington Post. They're talking to us about the Ukraine not being able to ship out wheat and corn. We know that the farmers, both because of the war and the inability to sell the wheat and grain they have, are not going to grow as much wheat and corn in fall, by October. They're not going to, in 2024, they're not going to be planting as much food, which means there's not going to be as enough food in 2025. So we're going to see 30, 40, 50%. It could be as much as 50% less food in the world. The Ukraine makes 15% of the food of the world. They do that. They are the 3rd largest exporter of food in the world. So this is a big deal. That means don't panic. Buy 10% more food every time you go to the store. If I am wrong, if the Washington Post is wrong, if the farmers in the Ukraine are wrong about this, you have extra food that you can donate to a soup kitchen or to the homeless. Congratulations. Great. And if we are right, you're going to save money and your family will be able to be fed as the price skyrockets over the next couple of years. Don't have to believe me, but so far we said that in 2022. We've been saying it in 2023. We haven't been wrong yet. So that's one thing. But the other thing that I wanted to go over, again, I think it's important, is to remember that right now there are hundreds of Americans that have been tortured and are being tortured and possibly being killed by Al-Qaeda and ISIS and the Taliban right now, right this second, because of Joe Biden. They've been going through this horror for 2 years because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden said, run away. And 2 years ago, because he said, run away, drop everything, leave everything behind, take nothing with you, just run and run as fast as you can and keep running. And because he said that, 13 Americans died. 12 Marines, 1 member of the Navy. 2 British civilians died. Children died. 170 Afghans died. And that's not counting the 5,000 Americans Joe Biden threw to the wayside, tossed them away into the wind, and they're being tortured right now. And Joe Biden doesn't have the balls or the empathy to say, I'm sorry. To say, I miss you. To say, I'm going to bring you home. One day, somehow, I will bring you home. I haven't forgotten you. He doesn't have the balls to do that. And then there's 10,000 Americans in Ukraine, 15,000 in the Sudan from 3 months ago. Joe Biden doesn't have the empathy, the balls. He doesn't have a staff member that has it on a cue card anywhere, and the news media doesn't have. They're evil. They won't even mention this to you. They won't even mention it. Oh, Joe Biden remembers the the service members in America who died because he wanted to run away. Because Joe Biden ordered the American military to run as fast as possible, giving every single weapon, every base, money, ammunition to terrorists who opened up the prisons and released even more terrorists that have gone on to go into Africa and to come into America and have caused riots and have tried to create coups and kill tens of thousands of Americans, of people around the world. And you're not supposed to remember this. This next week is the 2-year anniversary of 5,000 people that could be you, thrown away like garbage. I will never forget. This channel will never forget that. Hey, Matthew, how you doing? Sorry, Matthew. My phones are down because you may recall, we had to move our offices, the studio, from Broome County to the Bronx. And that's because of money. And because of that cost and because we had to move, the phone is off at the moment. So we have no phone. So you can do everything by text, but we don't have a phone. And, people are Patreon or pay the Patreon or PayPal. As soon as they do, or I get a job, then we'll be able to do that again. Matthew goes on to say, and so I apologize. Again, I apologize that the phones aren't on. We'll get them on as soon as we can. Matthew says, Joe Biden is compromising our national security on a daily basis. Well, besides what he's already done in violating the purpose of government to protect American citizens, that's the purpose. No matter what else you believe about the government, its purpose, the reason why it exists, is to protect the American people. So he's failed already. But separate of that, we were just talking about what's happening in Arizona. And I don't know if you know about this, Matthew, but there is the border welded open. For all those people, Matt, you may not have heard me talking about this earlier, but for all those Democrats that are telling us, Josh, you conservatives, you Republicans, you don't know what you're talking about. The border's not open. No, that's just hype. That's you just being a silly Republican. We have pictures. We have pictures. We have evidence. There's no feelings here. We have evidence that the doors have been welded open. You cannot tell me you have control. When Mayorkas says that he has control of the border, this isn't control. When we listen to people like Chuck Schumer and AOC, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, the press secretary for Joe Biden, when they're telling us, no, but everything's under control. There is no rampant immigration. The border is not porous. Those are open doors. They're welded open. I got an idea. Chuck Schumer. Let's weld Chuck Schumer's house. Go to his house, weld the door open, and let's see if that's what he would call secure. So yeah, I agree with you, Matthew J., that Biden, it is a national security risk. You're right. If your door is off the hinges, you can't tell me your house is safe. You can't tell me it's protected. You can't tell me that burglars won't go into your house, that criminals won't go into your house, violate your house, possibly violate you and your family. You don't have a door. You can't lock it. There is no protection. The protection has been removed. So I agree with you. Mike Bowie says, they are now auctioning off the steel beams. They're auctioning off the steel beams that were being used to make the wall. I didn't know that. That I did not know. But are you surprised? Really? Mike Boyd, everybody. Is anyone surprised to hear that under the Biden-Harris administration, rather than secure the border, as they do the exact opposite, which, welding the door open is the exact opposite of securing the border. You can't argue that. It's not feelings. It's an empirical fact. I know AOC would have trouble with this. According to her 60 Minutes interview, she had great difficulty with empirical fact, but it's an empirical fact that when you weld the door open, it's not secure. So I'm not surprised that they would sell the beams as well. Let me go to, and Matthew also says, do you believe the Chinese nationals, what? Chinese nationals of military age are entering the U.S.? Well, again, Matthew, you bring up a great point. And as detailed in this article and several others, you don't have to go by this one article, but it will be in the link in the description. We do know that the illegal aliens that are being driven to that open door that I just showed you are mostly coming from India, Egypt, and China. And yes, most of them are individuals who are young men of military age. They're in their 20s and they're in shape. They're not refugees. They're not people who've been walking for 2,000 miles from somewhere like Ecuador. That's not who these people are. So could they be military? Yes. We already know that at least 140 terrorists have entered America since the beginning of 2023. That's January. That is a 46 times increase the number of illegal terrorists who entered America in 2000. It is a 43% increase versus the number of terrorists that tried to enter America in 2022, which happened to be 98. So, yes, do I think that some of them, at least some of the Chinese people who are being driven to the open door in Arizona, or at least some of them Chinese military? Yes, absolutely. How many? I don't know. But I think many nations and many terrorist organizations are slipping in sleeper agents because the door is open, because there is no door blocking them from entering the United States. So the only logical assumption, the only safety assumption, if we were thinking about it from a military standpoint, if we're looking at it from a national security standpoint, since we know the door is off the hinges, since we know we are not secure now, we have to assume at least some of these people, let's say 10% of the people who are entering America right now, do not have the best interest of America at their heart, that they are agents of some foreign government or organization that would rather destroy America. That's the safe way of thinking. Maybe it's 1%. Maybe it's 15%. I don't know. But I have to assume at least 10% of these people do not have America's best interest at heart, just so I can get back to baseline safety. And the media won't talk with you about it. You may want to tell me, people, you're watching this, you may say, Mike, it's got to be at least 25. Someone might say, well, it's 50% of people who are coming. You could say it's 100% of the Chinese nationals. I don't know. We can have that debate. But I can assume at least 10%. And there's no argument that says, well, no, they're all just refugees. No, you can't convince me of that. There's no way to prove that. And militarily, in terms of national security, you can't assume that. That is absolutely ignorant. So John, I know John R. John says, I'm looking good today. Thank you. I think it's a little scruffy, but, 5 o'clock shadow. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you, John. Let me see. I want to make sure I caught up to everyone here. So Matthew says, will we ever recover from the damage that the Biden regime has inflicted upon America? Yes. Well, thank you for the question, Matthew. It's a little tricky because the answer is yes, and the answer is also it's conditional. It's also a maybe. Yes, America can recover from everything that's happened in the last 4 decades. Absolutely. We can recover from the progressive push to make America socialist. Absolutely. We can absolutely survive and fix ourselves from CRT, intersectionality, the trans political movement, as well as this push for equity in the Biden-Harris administration. We can absolutely correct that. We have 350 million people, 161 million people who work in America, okay, or who are of age to be able to work in America. 161 million people. We have all of the resources that every part of the world wants. We have virtually every resource to some degree, and more than a non-significant amount of every resource that the world wants. We have everything we need. We've got the people, we've got the space, we have the knowledge, and we have the resources to fix America. That's a fact. There is virtually nothing that America absolutely is missing to be able to do, to recover from almost anything. We have the capability to do the manufacturing. We can resource, refine, manufacture, and build and correct almost everything that has gone wrong in this nation in the last 4 decades. Absolutely. So, can we? Yes. Will we fix this? Not necessarily. We have to have the will. And the further down this road towards a more socialist government, a more equity-based government, which is a more divisive government, where we prioritize people by categories. You're no longer a human being. You're a category. Whether that category happens to be by your skin color, your sexual preference, your height, your weight, or whatever else they may make it, you're just nothing but a category. And the further we dehumanize Americans based on these categories that are now being ranked against each other and competing for political attention, then the worse this is going to be. And the harder it is to fix, because people have long memories, and human beings remember pain 10,000 times longer than we remember good things. And we're going to remember that we were oppressed in the name of justice, or against the name of justice, or whatever else you want to call it for. But people will say they were oppressed and they were restricted and they are angry, and they will remain angry, especially if all the energy in America isn't focused on manufacturing and fixing the problems. If we're just kicking the can down the road, that anger festers and it becomes malignant. It turns into a cancer. And yes, you can still get rid of cancer, but it's a hell of a lot harder than just fixing an infection. Does that make sense in saying it that way? That we have the ability to fix America. We have to have the will, we have to have the guidance, and we have to pick a direction. And as long as we pick the direction and we have a leader in that direction, and the American people believe in that leader and that direction, everything else gets better. So let's see. Mike Bowie mentions New York Post: Biden sells border wall parts to thwart the GOP push. Really? Let's check that out. Let me just double check. I always like to check sources. See, folks, that's the answer. Like we first thing we talked about today was AI. Oh, by the way, Matt, thank you. You said it. Thank you. I was hoping that I was clear in the way I was explaining it. But feel free, like anything else that I talk about, any of the other things that we've discussed, the facts that I brought up, feel free. You can clip it, share it with people all over. I don't mind. Just let them know that it came from No Soundbites Allowed. Although, other than giving accreditation to it, share it with people. Let people hear that. And if people disagree, I'd love to hear their argument. Tell them, hey, if you think I'm wrong, let's have that conversation. You can share it with anyone. Please do. You know what? Thank you, Mike Bowie. I was unaware of this, that on August 19th, Biden quietly sold off the border wall parts instead of allowing the GOP to build the wall. What do you know? We sold it for $2 million. We spent more than $2 million to build the wall. They sold it for $2 million. We lost money. This is like President Obama making the investment in GM, promising the American people that we were going to make money off the IPO, and we lost billions. Obama threw away America's money. GM still is too expensive. We still don't have good electric vehicles from them. Nothing that we were promised actually happened. All we did was lose. We lost money on the investment. We lost money on the cars. We got inferior quality vehicles. And the unions, which were one of the biggest reasons why GM was in financial difficulty under the Obama administration, remained in power and remained a big problem for GM to this day. And still, one of the reasons why American vehicles are overpriced by over $2,000. It's the unions. Nothing was done to benefit America. So in that part, at least, the Biden-Harris administration is consistent. They keep messing things up, and we're losing money left and right. They keep trying to cover up their failures, and it costs us money. No, and by the way, Matt, you mentioned it's not easy. None of this is easy. But think about it. Here it is. I'm speaking for, 4.5 hours? Believe it or not, it's not easy. This is 4.5 hours of nonstop conversation based on information that I spent more than, some of this stuff is I've been working on for decades of my life. This is information I've accumulated for decades, half a century. Some of this is information that I've been working on over the last week. Putting it together and trying to convey it, put it out there so that it conveys the ideas to the average person in a reasonable manner. I hope I achieve that more often than not. That's not easy. Listening to it is not necessarily easy because not everyone's going to agree. Sometimes I'm upset with the Republicans or the Libertarians, and always with the progressives. I don't trust and hate the communists out there. So that isn't always easy to hear, especially if it's your sacred cow that I may be talking about. It's not easy when I'm talking about my sacred cows that I have to suddenly go, you know what? And I don't agree with that. They screwed up. We got it wrong. I understand that. So that's a level of difficulty. There's a lot of reasons why we can say it's hard, because it is hard. I appreciate that. I agree with it. It is difficult, but it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile because that is an investment, not the government putting in taxpayer money that they have no intention of ever getting back. And they don't care, because if they lost the money, they'll just print more. They have no appreciation for it. When Obama made the investment, the bailout for GM in 2009 going into 2010, he didn't care. It wasn't his money. And if America lost every dime, he'd just print more money. There was nothing there, no attachment, no value to it. But Americans have a value. Our lives have a value. The things we build have value. And that's the difference. We have to appreciate this because we appreciate it. Because we appreciate what it is that we're losing our First Amendment. We're losing the Second Amendment. We're losing the Fourth Amendment. We're being oppressed and suppressed. Our voices aren't reaching people, even those who, not just the ones who agree with us, but the ones who disagree. I'm just as happy to hear from the people who don't agree with me. Why are they being restricted? Why are they being denied the opportunity to tell me that they think I'm wrong? To hear their argument, to hear them give their evidence, if any exists, which usually it doesn't, to make sense of their logic. See, the oppression isn't just they're oppressing me. It's not that they're just suppressing my voice and they're suppressing your voice in my audience. They're also suppressing the voice of the people that disagree with us, who are also protected by the First Amendment just as I am. And they're being denied the ability to prove me wrong. And that's why it's so evil and so dangerous and why it's so difficult. We are living in threatening times. But the threat is to our freedom and the long term. I'm not worried about masks. The mask mandate itself is meaningless. As an example, I'm just tossing that out there as an example. We know that they want to bring back the mask mandates, and we know that it doesn't work. We already know that. Okay? We already know the mask mandates, they don't work. They never did work. And so that's not a big deal. I'm not upset about that. What I'm upset about is that we're losing the ability to say, but that doesn't make any sense. We're losing the ability to say, but the government doesn't get to tell me that. The government, just because the government wants to make a mandate, doesn't mean it's a law, doesn't mean I'm obligated to do it. And more importantly, I get to tell the government what's mandated, not the other way around. See, that's the part that upsets me. It's not that, if someone wants to wear a mask, knock yourself out. I don't care. Hundreds of millions of people, tens of millions of people in Southeast Asia wear masks every day. I don't care. There are Americans who wear masks. There were Americans who were wearing masks because they had cancer and they're on chemotherapy. No one cared. I didn't care. I still don't care. Not that they have cancer, but that they were wearing a mask. That's good for them. And if you think you need to wear a mask now, good for you. Wear the mask. That's your choice. I still have my choice. And I know, in looking at the science, which is the one thing that millions of people were asked, tens of millions of people in 2020, in 2021, 2022, they were asking, show me the science. Show me that you're doing something that's actually beneficial and not just political show. And when we get the evidence, when we see the science, what's the answer? Oh no, it was political showmanship. They had no idea what they were talking about. They wasted our time and our money. See, that upsets me. That upsets me. That's why we're in difficult times. Because they're wasting our time, they're distracting us, and they are oppressing us for daring to say, what do you mean I need to wear 2 masks? Why do I need 3 masks? Is it even working with 1 mask? Oh, I'm not supposed to ask that question. Oh, I see. Because the science. And then when the science comes out, what happened? They go, oh, we're not talking about that anymore. Until they decide, oh, you forgot. We're doing it again. It's aggravating, folks. It's aggravating, it's challenging, it's threatening. And I think you, my audience, are better than all of it. And I know, I can tell from Instagram, when I'm talking with you, just like when I'm talking on Instagram and I put the shorts on Instagram and 50,000 people watch my short, and on YouTube, 30 watch it. Yeah, I know the audience is bigger than anyone is talking about. I know the audience is there. That's Americans and people around the world that agree with you, that agree with me, that have a very different point of view. And we're just not allowed to talk. But don't worry. Like, share, subscribe. Work with me. Work with me in terms of like, share, subscribe. That's all. And we will reach those people and we will change this nation for the better. Not because I'm the most brilliant person that's ever existed, but because our voices make a difference. That's why they want to silence them. I truly believe that. All right, folks, so we've been on for about 4.5 hours. I hope people will check out the earlier parts of the show when we were talking about the breakthroughs in AI. We were talking about some of the things we've been recapping here and what's the influence going on overseas. I hope everyone will leave comments in the comments after the live show. Please leave comments. We are happy to see them and to read them. I hope you will enjoy that. I want everyone to have... We don't take holidays. I will be here next Sunday. I know it's the holiday weekend. And my holiday is to talk to you. I will be here next Sunday. Hopefully, if we can get the money together, we'll have the phone on. If not, I'm not going to let that stop me from sharing my time with you and talking about these issues. Folks, I want you to be well. I am praying for everyone in every American in Afghanistan, the Ukraine, and the Sudan that were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. I still remember you. I have never forgotten you. And I will continue to bring you up every week in every discussion, making sure the American people, even if I have to reach them one by one, I'm going to make sure people do not forget you exist so we can get you home. That's my promise. And every week we talk about you guys. We're not going to forget about you. I'm not going to forget about you. We're going to get you home as soon as we can. Thank you, everyone. And I want you to have a great day.